speak. Hey, Tom, ALTHOUSE here. Welcome. It's good to see you. And we have also Nicholas on the side. May chime in if he likes. What's your name up here? Magic. Let's see, I gotta put on my glasses for you guys. So what's up, Tom? We're also on stereo and YouTube live at the same time. So those that are just coming in, if you want to tap onto the avatar on stereo, and then you can tap into my YouTube page as well. Hey, Sayuri Queen, how are you? We have Sayuri Queen in the building. She's amazing. Cool. She's always hanging out, chiming in, making sure she's a great supporter.
Nice.
Thank you, Sayuri Queen. I'm here with Thomas ALTHOUSE, writer, screenwriter, filmmaker. Soon to come, he's working on doing some new projects. I'll let him tell you all that, but he's the screenwriter for the Immortals, which eventually became The Matrix and a few other movies. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about there was other claims to The Matrix. We'll talk a little bit about that, I guess, and then I'll let you take it over from there. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah. So basically, here's the work. Right here. This is the baby. And the mic a second. So this is from the Copyright Office. Specialist director of the Copyright Office. They stepped in and gave us this. So this is actually has everything from Jack's the Neck, Little Girl Train Station, Woody, Underground, Oracle, Identical Figures facing off at the end, Jack's the Neck, you name it, it's all here. So when it's copyrighted, this version, 1998. So this was used on set in 99. And now the fight choreographers and others of the Matrix sets are coming forward and saying, yeah, your work was used on set, common knowledge in the industry. And they made it up as they went along. So it's coming to a close finally after years of horror. We're finally having people step forward for us.
Man, that's amazing. So I know that a lot of people are going to want to have some questions, especially about The Matrix, which was an amazing movie in itself. Like, first thing I thought of, whoever wrote this thing here is a freaking genius.
Well,
they must have some kind of insight to future, I guess, events.
Yeah.
Or the future events became a copy of the script. I can't tell which is which right now. We have to figure out which is which. Hey, thank you for showing up. We have King Sargon here with us on YouTube. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
And we also have, for those that's just coming in on the stereo side, we are also live on YouTube. So if you click my avatar and go hit the 3 dots next to my avatar, you can see the link to the YouTube page. Again, we're here with Tom ALTHOUSE, otherwise, in the movie named Mr. Anderson. There's a lot of similarities. I believe it's about 91, about 100. Some odd similarities between your screenplay and the movie.
Yeah, 191.
191. So I was off by 100.
Yeah, that's okay. That's all right. And that includes, Wachowski's one dude, Jax, for in the neck for real. But that's right from the pages I just held up. And
now you mean when you plugged in the thing, plugged in the back?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. The plug.
Yeah, I actually have a hole in the back of my neck, a little hole, and it was from a cyst that burst and left a scar. And so I would touch that, going, "What if we had Jack's the Neck? That we could download memories and learn things instantly." And they loved it. I put it into the work, and they loved it. But that's totally in here. Everything's in here, from train station scenes to Jack's the Neck, Field of Pods. Everything's in here. And it's crazy. Like, here's the train station scene right here. That's the train station scene right there. So there you'll see
with the little girl.
That's the little girls in there, and you got the silver liquid wall.
Okay.
Right. He puts his hand through the wall.
When he put his hand through?
Yeah, that's actually security devices at the train station. If you take the pill, you can pass through what resembles a wall of silver liquid. So it's at the train station. That's how it gets trapped at the train station. He's trapped because the liquid mirrors only as a security device, only at those that are in the program. he's cut off from the program. It takes Trinity to get back through. So it's crazy. They lifted that out. They lifted every image they thought was cool. From Jackson X, they said they wanted to do for real, and just simplified everything. But you got to put it back the way it was in the work proceeding, the stolen work. But
now I got to admit, pardon, sir. I just got to admit that knowing a little bit about what I knew, I was thinking, hold on one second. What the hell? What I was wondering is when Trinity actually had to save him, that was more like the divine feminine, divine masculine coming together. That wasn't supposed to be that way. That's what I thought when I saw it.
Well, no, that's great what you're saying. What it really was I thought, let's do things differently in Hollywood and film. So we'll put a Christ message. We'll put a message about, women are actually the ones that are smarter and coming through. And so that's why the Wachowskis and Down said, they had this interview on Down, we were talking about drugs, we want to see some woman. Anyway, I put women who were in a program that were skilled, that had that link and download, and they can learn. And that's what the woman that saves the day. And there's a debate about
name Trinity, and the Trinity is the Trinity, no? I mean,
the reason they call her Trinity is because I had three love interests for our main character, which was named Thomas A. Anderson. Also Neo. He gave him two names because it was supposed to reflect my name, Thomas Althouse. So they put Thomas A. and then Anderson.
Your mic went out.
Your mic is Scottish.
1 second, Tom.
So they put that in as a joke. And then they put my dad's name, John A. Anderson, the clan name on my dad's John A. as Neo's dad. Then they put
hold on, your mic is going out for a second. 1 second.
As Neo's school, and they put my birthday on that same stat sheet, the first thing they made.
Hold on, 1 second, Tom. Your mic had went out on stereo. It's going in and out a little bit, so you might just
I wouldn't
repeat
be
it
surprised. Yeah, we're gonna get interference.
Your audio is gone on stereo side.
Okay, all right, sorry. Yeah, we're gonna get interference.
Oh, there it is. Okay, it's better. It's better now. Could you just repeat what you had said because we lost a little bit?
Yeah, every time we hit something important, there's going to be interference. There's going to be audio out. That's what happens every time. Every host tells me the same thing. So when you hit something important they don't want you to know, it's going to cut.
Okay, I got you. So we just bear with us. We're going to go through that then. It's going to happen. Okay, I got you.
Just think of them, just like them underlining it, saying this is important to pay attention when they actually can hear us. So what I'm saying is that first graphic, can I share screen?
Yes.
You have to.
I believe you can.
Let me see if I can share screen. I'm going to share screen. Okay, share screen. Two monitors. Let me see if I can do it. Okay. Share window. Entire screen will be fine. Okay, so I'm going to share. I'm going to try to share. So let me see if I can do this. I'll do a window.
Thank you, Miss DC, for coming in the building. Miss DC, thank you for coming in on the YouTube side.
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can just still see you.
Can you see the shared screen?
Not yet. No.
Not yet. Maybe it'll let it. Okay, we'll see if it does it. If it lets us share it, it'll be really cool. Because then you'll see the screenshot I'm talking about. Otherwise, people can go to redpillrising.org, redpillrising.org, and you'll see these things. The Wachowskis should never have put in. They should never have put in all my information in the first graphic. But somehow they're still getting away with it. And that was a guy from the department that called me right after Sophia Stewart called me. The Stewart department guy called me and said, hey, your personal information is put in there by the Wachowskis. And they got your high school, they got your name, they got your dad's name.
Wait, so you had somebody on the set calling you?
Yeah, otherwise I would never have known. That graphic you're going to see if you get the share screen, I would never have known. It was in there for a split second, upside down, the page was even turning on the freeze. I would never have known it. See? And that's why I took so much from the inside to tell me. Once you see it, it's like, their side's trying to say, oh, it's just coincidence. What, my high school, my birthday, my dad's name, my name, all on the same sheet? The first graphic ever put in? No, I don't think that's a coincidence. So yeah, but let me see if I can actually do this now. I'm going to try to share again.
Hold on, my brother Cryptos is in the building. He's more familiar at this. He's trying to explain to me how do I do it. Maybe he's saying it's on my end.
There you go. Okay, watch this. This is going to blow your guys' mind. So here is the first graphic ever made in the Matrix story. I'm going to show you something cool. All right, I'm going to load this up. This is what the Wachowskis put in Matrix. Now, what's interesting is this July 22nd right here on the top. July 22nd, you see it?
Mm-hmm. No, I don't see your screen. I just see you.
You just see me. It didn't work. Okay.
Okay.
It's not working.
I'm not sure how to do it.
All right. You don't see me?
I don't know. I've never done it yet. I'm sure there's a way. My boy's trying to tell me in the back chats now, and I'm like,
all right. Well, when they figure it out, we'll go to it. But right now, go back to.
Yeah, I need him to come inside. Hey, Cryptos, come and moderate, man. Come on in the room and help me now.
Yeah. So anyway, Red Pill Rising Daughter, some of these things are there. But yeah, the first graphic stuck in the Matrix by the Wachowskis. The first thing they shot for the film was the interrogation scene, and what they shot was the graphic upside down for a split second, which was my high school, my birthday, my dad's name, my name, a Scottish clan name, and in the column they put TA4099. So it was just unbelievable. They stacked all my stuff in there. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I'm
okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So they also put Michelle McGee, the art director, as Neo's mom, and they put Owen Patterson, the production manager, as the other school. And what's interesting is the Wachowskis claim that they're the ones that put my personal information in there. Well, that's not negating the fact that it's there. It was put in the film because that was my property. And the property was submitted. And we've got the submitting attorney, James Boyd in Norfolk. He sent an affidavit. He has other original stuff that was submitted. Here's the affidavit. James Boyd. And he has the,
James Boyd. Now, who is he now? Exactly.
He's the submitting attorney. So he's the attorney that submitted everything to Warner Brothers. And he has a tracking number. Look at this. He has a tracking number. The receipt. He's got the receipt sent to Warner Brothers. He's got his letter of introduction to Warner Brothers. June 25th, 1993. Before the Wachowskis even touched anything with the Matrix, right? And so all that's proof that we have. And so, it was submitted after I put it on the first. So what the Wachowskis did was they put all my personal information in the first graphic. Then, in Animatrix, we had a clock that's on Red Pill Rising Daughter from Animatrix, where they filled the screen with this alarm clock, and the hands were set to my exact birthday. On the hands. July 2nd.
And your birthday? Yeah. Okay.
So the game is actually...
What time was on the clock exactly?
7 to 59.
7 to
59. My exact birthday. Yeah.
Right.
So the Wachowskis put it in there. And they also put on the red, that's the black hands. The black hands are on 7 to 59. The red hand is on 4 past the 4. That was 44 in 2002. So what they did was they made everything fit exactly. My birthday, my age.
It's almost like a slap in the face, like, ha ha. No,
that's exactly why they did it. They also did it because they could have something over Warner Brothers. If they were ever caught, they could pin Warner Brothers and say, well, first of all, they did it, pay Tom. So, so that's what's going on. It is incredible. If you figure out shares, so there's no difference.
That's incredible.
Yeah, so their whole thing was saying, I had a guy call me today, and, being rude, but that's okay. He was saying, well, you lost the case. Well, no, we never had our day in court yet. They totally threw our case. They didn't give us any discovery. Their attorneys are on tape saying they have no working drafts or anything. They're even in depositions saying, well, given the fact that you wrote the Matrix, it's like, it's over. The game's over. It's done. So we will educate the public, we're told. And once the public's educated, like 20% of them, we can either go to court, but the documentary's being made right now. The documentary is a really good team. So it's just what happened to the Batman family. Have you ever heard about Bill Fingers and his family? He died a pauper. The guy that worked on Batman. And his son died a pauper. And then his grandchildren got credit through Marvel's and Warner Brothers because they actually had the documentary was done. So the same players involved in our situation, Marvel and Warner Brothers.
Right. And now it's Marvel UK. You want to give? Let's start with the Marvel UK. It goes back to UK Marvel UK, right?
Yeah, so we're still filling out exactly who the players are, but we're finding out that they also have the same thing. Like, your work was useful. So now we got the fight choreographers coming forward. We got this guy from inside the studios. We got Richard coming forward. The game is totally over. Which puts some of these main claimers like, sure, I have a job. It's over. It's done. And they have just been.
And what's the purpose for that? Like, this is 25 plus years. This has been going on with Stuart.
It has never stopped. And I've got 2 dead sons. I've got a daughter who's program.
You've got 2 dead sons.
2 dead
and
sons.
a what? What happened? Wait. Because of this?
Yeah, because of my intellectual property. What's worth? The more that it's worth, it's my work right now. This work right here. The Matrix story. That's why the Russian Matrix 4 is worth 1.2 billion. This work right here, I'm holding 1.2 billion. So what's going on is that's why so much personnel and time and stuff, attorneys, judges bought. That's what happened. And that's why they put people in position to be claimants and to throw our case. Nicholas knows all about that. So,
all right, we're going to pause 1 second, Tom. I want to listen to some of the messages of the people coming in. We got some people coming in. I want them to see what they got to say. Hey, Fireworks, how are you?
Good evening, Metrics. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay in the world. Hey, King Cooley. I'm from King Cooley. How are you? I don't know what's going on. What's happening? Hope you're doing well. Don't forget we have a show on Father's Day. I can't wait to do the show with you again. It's gonna be a good show. Okay, Cooley and Metrics, you have a good show. Have fun. God bless. Bye. This is Bella saying bye. True member. Bye.
That's Bella.
Nice.
Y'all make sure. Thank you, Bella. This is Thomas Althouse, otherwise known as Mr. Anderson, the writer of The Matrix. Actually, the Immortals. It became The Matrix.
Right.
And he's going to finish telling the story, but I just wanted to, stop in so he can know that people are here. They're listening in. Thank you to Miss Cece Jackson, the amazing Cece Jackson. She's amazing. She's like the Empress to me, very great dear friend, and she's great here at Stereo. She's like her and Talk That Talk. Shout out to Talk That Talk. Good money. They're like one of the 2 best people here in Stereo that I like to listen to and talk to. There's a lot of amazing people. I can go through a list, Tom. You'll meet them all too, because I'm sure they're gonna. Please, everybody, follow Tom. Like he's gonna be around for a while. Make sure you guys help donate. Any donations. Thank you, Cece Jackson. She just donated to me. Whatever donations I receive today is going to go to Tom and his family.
Thank you.
For this. So please just donate directly to Tom today and not to me, if that's okay. Thank you, Cece, anyway, but appreciate it. But I'd rather you donate to Tom on this for this interview. And please subscribe to him if you can. Yeah, Tom, we're listening. Like, I'm interested. Like, this is a lot. It's a lot to unravel. It's like an onion. You got to peel this onion. I'm sure people's going to have a lot of questions about the Matrix itself, because it's one of the most amazing movies in the last, I don't know, what 100 years maybe? I don't know. Well,
that's why they're racing now. They're racing Matrix 4 to put out now.
And we stopped what you're saying. You lost 2 children.
Murder.
Because of that. Like that's beyond, like, if you need me to get a team together, no, I'm just playing. It's just I'm not, no, this is just saying. But I'm just saying, if it was my children, I wouldn't know how to react. I'm not sure how I would.
Well, that's what I did. Was I dedicated finishing the work to them. So if I can, as a father, finish reclaiming the work, the intellectual property, writing the piece was not an easy thing. It took me a long time. This is 128 pages. It was real hard work. And train station themes, Jack the Next, everything. Identical figures. It's also just lifted everything out of here.
For those who are just coming in and watching on listening to us on stereo, we're also on YouTube at the same time. So he's showing documents, he's showing his proof on YouTube. So if you have time and you guys want to tap into YouTube, and if you can always check in with me later. Just tap the avatar, you'll see the 3 dots next to my avatar, and you can go to our YouTube link. I'm sorry, Tom. You go ahead.
That's all right.
We have Cryptos in the building. He's like my security flight on deck, and he's my moderator.
Cool.
He's gonna help us out.
Nice.
Okay.
Well, here's the deal.
Yeah.
When work is actually taken, they hit all out. They'll make sure the attorneys are provided to you, wives are provided. They will murder your children.
Slow down. You said they provided you a wife. Wives.
Yeah, a wife who actually has
oh my! Wait. See, woo. You talk a lot. You talk fast for us now, Tom. You're gonna have to, pay attention, because I'm trying to get this all in. It's a lot, and you speak very fast. Okay.
No, I speak fast.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's how my mind thinks like that.
Whoa! I can see you probably did. You did write the Matrix. That mind is moving now.
Well, that's what I'm teaching. I'm teaching people to think in layers. To write a piece like the Matrix, you have to be able to think in layers.
But I just want all the people to get it. I want everybody to kind of get it because it's a lot going on. What you're saying is a lot. I don't know if they're grasping what you're saying. You have two sons that were murdered because of the script is worth a lot of money. They know that it's you. They said it isn't you in court, but yet you're still running for your life. Yes? No? I mean, what is that what I'm getting?
Well, that's the weird thing. They actually said it was me off record. They go, yeah, we know you wrote it. Yeah, that's just our job. So they're telling me off record that, it's taken. It's just our job to shoot you. I'm like, well, my sons are dead. It's like they have no heart whatsoever. These attorneys. Really, it's our legal system doing everything up for a lot of us. That is the illusion of justice. It's not justice. The rich people, the elite have justice. The rest of us do not. And basically, we're just playthings to them. They can take whatever they want from us. They can do whatever they want to our families. They can do whatever they want. That's going to change. And through art, and through written scripts and words, and binding together, and making sure we watch each other's back, we can turn this all around. And they try to conquer by dividing, isolate, work the top down. If you've got something important to them, they'll hit you first, an artist. And they'll alienate you from your loved ones, they'll disrupt your family, they'll take away your jobs, they'll make sure that you don't have connections, they'll badmouth you all over the media, and they will.
Welcome to the club. I mean, this is my life. No.
That's what's interesting. It forms like a brotherhood. As a result, they don't count on the actual result. The actual result is like brothers in arms. We come together. And those of us that have been through this, we know what we look like. We have this look in our eyes. We've been through it. And we recognize each other. And we stand together. Their purpose is to divide. It's not going to work. And so if they take away our most cherished loved ones and things like this, and we dedicate our lives now to memory of those loved ones. And we try to prevent it from happening for other people that are good. And so we're in a war right now. And that war is going to be won by the people that have compassion and have heart and have courage. And I'll tell you what, there's nobody on the other side who's got courage. I haven't seen one. But the people on this other side, all of us that doing this program, it's like a room of warriors. We've got courage. We've been through the fire and we came out strong. And so basically you keep your character intact, protect your loved ones as much as possible, work with the good people, and protect your evidence and bring it forward. Educate the public. And yeah.
Well, so before you continue, we have a few more messages. I want to get through some of these. I don't like them to get too far behind. We have Miss Cece Jackson.
Hey, King Cool. Hi, Tom. Nice to meet you. Thank you for being here on Stereo. My name is Cece Jackson. Shout out to King Cool for bringing you here. I just wanted to send your podcast some love. What you may not know, about the Matrix, please inform everybody. I am sitting back here, relaxing, and enjoying the show.
That's great.
Now, before I go to the next message, Tom, I have to say, now, Miss Cece Jackson, she's special enough because I brought Sophia here on Stereo so that she can be interviewed by Cece Jackson, which I kind of feel good about because it's amazing if that was the case. And then I feel now kind of bad about because now I'm hearing this afterwards. So I kind of feel bad because I mean, Cece did donate to Sophia's cause or whatever, and so did I. And I kind of feel taken. A little bit. I feel like I got took a little bit. I don't know. I might have to pay Cece back too. No, I'm just joking. I don't think she minds that. But the thing is, I feel like now this is like yes. You know, I needed to get the real story out. That's all I was really looking for. No matter who wrote it.
Right. Well, I can tell you something that might ask that question. I can tell you something about how you balance the equation. You'll never get it from the book off version. You'll never make sense. Why the architect? You know, why they're facing at the crater at the end? What's supposed to happen and how you balance the equation.
Now, who is the architect? Really? Like, is that God? I mean,
no, I mean, the architect actually, I was trying to find out, they mocked, like Sophia Stewart mocked me to death on this. Because what Warner Brothers did was they just called him the architect. But when I pitched the story in the real screenplay, the architect is an historic figure. And so they mocked me for that. But now it's like all over, like Man in the High Castle, all these things big. What character in history tried to annihilate geographic line and have world power and was one of the worst baddies of all time.
Okay, I got you.
Now, since I named him as the architect, they mocked me. They go, well, that's not. It's the one guy in history that fits, for that role. Just like the identical figures at the end. There's only one figure in history that fits facing off with the architect at the end. It's not supposed to be Smith and Neo facing off. It's the architect facing off with Christ. Now, they mocked me about that, but the architect changes to look like Christ at the end. That's the identical figures that Neo sees and watches fight. If you notice, in the earlier versions of the Matrix, they said Neo couldn't die. And so at the end, they had to throw a figure into the mix, the identical figures at the end, because they didn't want the Christ figure. So they just throw Neo in against Smith. It doesn't make any sense. What's Neo doing dying? Neo is supposed to watch the battle between the identical figures. And here's how it works. To balance the equation, the idea you have the Oracle and the Oracle and the Architect babbling about our free will. What are you going to do about human free will? And they just babble about that. That's why it was voted one of the worst sequels of all time. In the original piece that we have right here, the architect knows exactly how to control our free will. He knows what to do. And so the issue at hand isn't battery power. There's a field of pods right here in this script. I have a tab. Right here is the field of pods. So here's your field of pods that they list from. They get everything that was cool. So let me see right here. So the field of pods is right there.
You got all the paperwork.
Right, so field of pods is right at the bottom here, main floor, a field of pods, okay, that's where we are. And so the field of pods is not about getting power from humans. That was Wachowski's mocking the war. The field of pods is actually the architect bringing back his top 100 in our time to set a new world order. And he's doing it on test subjects that are secondaries, that match these top 100 primaries. And so he's experimenting on bringing them back cryogenically in our time to make a new world order. So it's not about battery power. You can hook up pals and get all the power you want, not really about free will. But what happens to the architect is he's got a program, and he's immortal in that program. And so is anybody in that, the elite in that program. They solve the problem of aging, ergo immortal. So if you're in the program, the problem is your mind not having stimulation. Your mind starts to get bored, which is a big problem with the elite, and lack of stimulus. So that's what the Wachowskis couldn't understand. So we look at it from that standpoint. The real problem as the architect in the program is that you don't have enough stimulation for your mind. You're going to be mad and monotony if you're living forever without stimulation. So he has these agents that stir up all this trouble. He knows everything we're going to decide to do is going to cause an effect. Now, that's the Matrix too. But he has these agents stirring up all the trouble outside the program, right? To keep it interesting. So what happens is in the end, he purges his agents, and he has a power source that's unbeatable and doesn't even need renewing. That's worship. So all the people in Zion, all the different faiths, races, and groups in Zion are in harmony. The oracle is supposed to bring them out to see the architect come back as Christ. And what's interesting is then his mind will be stimulated forever. He's actually fulfilled the role. We are conditioned, many of us, to give our worship, our complete devotion without question over the Christ figure. The architect's got to slam dunk. If I come back as Christ, I'll get that stimulation forever. That's how you balance the equation. That's how you deal with free will. They ruined it. So what happens is in the real version we're going to make now, you'll see how it works. So the agents are purged, right? The architect comes back, but lo and behold, he shows up at the end. Who are the identical figures? Christ shows up. And they even keep the scene where he's hit, and only the palms bleed, and then the Christ figure looks up. So what they did was they took Neo, had his palms bleed, And he looks up. It doesn't work. Then they had Neo with his arms out with a cross on his chest. It doesn't work. It doesn't work because you're missing the best part. At the conclusion of this Matrix story, Immortals, you're supposed to see the world renewed with the pulse wave. Into the crater goes the architect. Out comes the pulse wave, renewing the earth to green under the little girl from the train station. And that is what you see in the Matrix 2. In fact, the Wachowski said they're going to keep everything as it is. And everyone's saying blow it up because they ripped the story apart by ripping all these images out. It didn't hold together, but it kept my exact ending. So the earth turns green on the girl, then you hear a girl call out. It's not the Oracle she's going to hug and point the sun. It's going to be Neo she hugs and points the sun. Because Neo is her father. They took that relationship out. The reason there's a train station scene with a little girl is because Neo loses a little girl early in the screenplay. And he thinks that the Smiths rescued her from a burning building. He thinks that. So he thinks that maybe he did some good at it. It serves the architect because it creates that more dynamics to stimulate his mind. In the end, we learn it wasn't the Smith that saved his little girl. Little girl points to Christ figure. And says that's the man. That's your ending. Did I lose you guys? Are you still there?
Yeah, okay. I'm still here.
So that's the ending.
We have one message.
Yeah, that's the ending. That's how you balance the equation.
Good evening to you, Mr. Matrix Immortal. How are you? I'm going to be sitting off in the corner and just listening in because the way how most people kind of look at Star Wars is how I kind of look at the Matrix. I've always kind of looked at Star Wars in my opinion. But that's personal bias. But I'm very interested in hearing from the legal perspective and what everything that's going on because I've always heard about Sophia Stewart writing it. It's the first time I've heard about you, Mr. Matrix Immortal. So I'm definitely looking forward to hearing your end of it. And this is going to probably be a very dynamic, very powerful podcast. So I'm definitely looking forward to what's being discussed. Thank you, Mr. King Cooley, for facilitating this evening.
Oh, Lady D, I mean, I'm just trying to give something back. You guys have been doing a lot for me. I'm trying to give something back to you, to Tom. Please donate to Tom. He's here. He has a donation button. Please subscribe. He's going to be around Stereo for a while, so he can talk to everyone who has questions or whatever, or may want to talk to him individually. And he just might want to talk regular stuff too. You might not want to talk about this all the time. He's a regular guy like us. I mean, so you guys tap in with him. Please follow. Please subscribe. Please share. If you want to watch us on YouTube, like I said, we're YouTube live. So if you're leaving comments, you are live on YouTube at the same time. On my YouTube page, you can tap the avatar and you can see us on YouTube. Okay, Tom, take it away. That's a good question. Now, I wanted to say before you go on about the Star Wars thing. See, I grew up, I'm 53. So Star Wars for me was the Matrix for my kids, right? So Star Wars for me was the period when I realized that it was more than just a movie. Like movies meant something now. Like I was like, okay, wait a minute. They were dropping jewels. I could see them. Like we didn't know what symbolisms and stuff was back then. Really, I was maybe 12 when it came out, 10, 11, 12, maybe even younger. But I did see things that was like, wait a minute, this has nothing to do with the movie, and it was sending signals to me. If that makes sense. Now, see, I didn't know that this is what movies were doing back then, but I knew something was going on when I watched this movie. Then later on, when Matrix came out, that's when we said, oh, it's like Star Wars. It was the woke. Star Wars was what woke us, my generation, up. Matrix woke up this next generation. It's what the woke movement came about. Started because people started to wake up because of the Matrix, started to see, wait a minute, this shit might be real now. So that's what I think the woke, quote unquote, woke movement was kind of initiated at that point.
That's what you're interested in now. The movement is to diminish major story of major spoiler. Basically diminish it. But that's right, when we're coming forward, we don't hear about the real authors. We're the last to know what's going on. We're just trying to keep our kids alive and survive. And so whoever they put in position is going to be heard first, whatever way they want them to talk, whatever they want them to say. When you really look at the evidence and see what we have, if we survive through this, then it really pieces together, and you see the truth. And what's interesting is the Wachowskis are saying in their fan pages, they said the little girl at the train station is integral to a satisfying ending. Because you know that authors write from their real lives. We flesh out stories that they're worth their salt. Screenplays by drawing from our model characters after ourselves. We can put the dimensions and the depth in them. And so, yeah, Neo was modeled after myself, Thomas A. But the little girl is integral to a satisfying ending also. But that's because I was trying to get my daughter back. So there's a story for this very author in the Matrix story where there's a little girl train station.
Wait, what happened to your daughter? I missed the part. What happened to your daughter?
My daughter was reprogrammed by the religious right, Pat Robertson's organization.
What?
Yeah, I was at Pat Robertson's University. He was running for president. That, if you want to know
what year are we talking?
1988. So that's when.
This is the beginning. This is here it comes
from. This is where the Matrix comes from. Yeah, so I was whispering through art, basically what his plans were. That's why you have that ending in the Matrix. Everyone said for the Wachowskis not to end it that way. But they kept my exact ending, which were in these pages. Exact ending. So what they did was they actually did put the message forward to the left art and the exact ending. But I was amazed at the message carried through the images that were lifted. The way to people see the real film the way it's supposed to be. And that's what we want to fund. Is the real film. And God bless the people that are doing the documentary too. Because there's a lot of trouble to bring things forward. There's so much interference. Threats on our lives, things like that, and I'm told my lives because we know because they know I'm concerned for safety. So therefore, I'm supposed to behave myself. But now they're saying because I did interviews, came forward and hosts were grateful enough to have me on like yourselves. That has turned the tables and won the chess game. There's no stopping this truth now. They can erase sites. They can erase interviews. They can't stop these proofs. There's nothing you can do about it. Like, look at this. Here's the copyright office with the Immortals title. Immortals title right over here.
Right.
Copyright office. And look what it's under. Dino Laurentiis in Paradise Films. You see that right down here? Dino Laurentiis in Paradise Films. Well, that's the ones that were with the Wachowskis in Assassins. They're the ones that did Assassins. And so what you have is they're copyrighting my title, and then they're putting all these titles under it. See the Army of Darkness, 322 other titles? So there's no body of work here. There's no body of work, it's just titles. So they're creating a slot at the copyright office, and any studio that takes my work can insert under one of these subtitles and steal my work that way. But what's interesting is
it's just a convolute to blur everything blurry, make it look crazy, so it takes you too long to figure anything out.
You'd have to, now they're saying, okay, if Tom's smart enough like a Matrix, he's smart enough to follow the trail. So now they're actually giving me kudos and saying, Tom, you did it, you survived, you won the chess game. If I won a chess game, then I'm going to call the win. They've gone through this. So I'm going to finish the job. But here again, look at this later date. Immortal, right? Immortal title. This is before the Matrix, 95, right? And look at the change, 96. Look at the change. These are investment firms listed under all these titles, 347 subtitles, under my title. Nobody worked. Which means the investment firms are saying they created the Matrix story. What? So anytime the investment firms give a studio my work, The Immortals, they can insert it in one of these titles in a slot and claim my work. And they feel fine to take it because the investment firms, the biggest in the world, investment firms, General Bank Netherlands, Credit Linus Bank Netherlands, are claiming ownership. They feel safe to steal it. Studios feel safe to steal it. And then every time the studios steal the work and put it under one of those subtitles, they make money. So it's a perfect circle of theft. If I was dead, but I'm still alive. So we have the key there. And what's interesting about Bonham and Warner Brothers. Bonham and Shira is the one I pitched to in New York. He still claims that he shepherded and discovered the Matrix story. And Harry Potter. So it's interesting. The man I pitched to claims that he discovered and shepherded it, but never gave me credit. He said, we're making it. It's revolutionary. He went ahead and had me submit to James Boyd of Norfolk, like I showed you. So James Boyd of Norfolk submits this man right here. Does everything he's supposed to. Look at the date. June 25th, 1993. Right to Warner Brothers Story Department, Diane Bellis, California. Keep tracking number everything sent. So he followed what this man said to do. But this man gave it still over in the Wachowskis. And then what they did was they drew Sophia Stewart out of USC and made her a first claimant. She was in-house. University of Southern California works for the studios. And in fact, one of the deals I was being made in California.
Sounds like you're saying that she was hired by them.
She was hired, and Nicholas can tell you that. Yeah, he worked for her. And so he said, she was working for them. She was in-house.
What?
Yes.
Yes, ask Nicholas. In-house for Warner Brothers. That's how they work it. They cover all bases. They talk about the art of war. And so the idea is that they cover all their bases, including destroying family, taking jobs, having attorneys in place
to take the work.
The
attorneys that threw our case, we haven't had our day in court yet. But the attorneys that were responsible were in Pasadena. Ralph Rios and Associates. Well, Ralph Rios and Associates is in deep because they're paralegals, Miriam Espinosa, and Sophia Stewart's a paralegal. So they put paralegals to steal it in-house. That's why the people are being snowed. So what happens is this paralegal, Miriam Espinosa, she's relative with Lenny Coco, who's best friends with Bono and Shura, who had me pitch the work to him. So they had it all lined up in a nice little string. And then here's how it gets even better. Ralph Rios has like a nephew named Jacob Rios. Jacob Rios, when my kid was grown, did not give the light of day. Jacob Rios becomes the boyfriend of my daughter. Jacob Rios. Yeah. The guy is related to the law firm.
So it's almost like they've been playing you from day one. I mean, your whole life has been played? Really? Your whole life?
The art of war is you win your battle before it's fought. You line up everything where the innocent have no idea what's going on. And you have a field day. Because it's all set up before the first shot's fired. And that's how they played it. And now I have two dead sons, a reprogrammed daughter that despises me. And everything I did didn't make a difference. And now it's starting to. We make the documentary, which is being made. We make the real life film, which the Hollywood attorneys are all excited about now. And if we make this story as written, people are going to see 190 matchups and the Matrix actually finally get it. Nobody will understand the Matrix until you put it back the way it was originally made. This is the 1998 version, which was used on set to make the Matrix in 99. So it's over. The game is over. And we've got contacts from Hollywood, from the main studios, even Disney, going, you've won the chess game, Tom, because you did the interviews. You've won the chess game. They're actually afraid of our power now. So I'm saying, let's get on board. Let's do the key. We've got them. If they're saying we've got the power and we've won, it's over. Let's use it. Making the film does that. So now a lot of, I guess, plants, or I don't know what you want to call them, are coming forward and saying, oh, don't donate, don't do it, don't look. It's just telling you what you already know. I don't know anybody that's telling you what I know. I'm the only one that wasn't Robinson Crusoe. I was the only one that wrote the screenplay. I was the only one that lost the two sons. I was the only one that was supported by Hollywood. I was the only one that has gone through this, and now I still have the copyright. I don't know anybody else. So their game of trying to throw people off is not going to work.
Now, what about your own life? Was your life ever at risk?
Oh, big time. I've been running down my cars.
You've been running down my car.
Yeah. Go to the Animatrix and look at the clock on the Animatrix. The clock on the Animatrix, the detective series, it has, like, black hands on 7/2/59 inside, and then you've got red hands on 4/4, 44. That's a ritualistic death symbol. A red 4 means you're going to be assassinated. And then what does it mean in the Matrix, the first graphic? Go back to 1999. When they did the Matrix, the first graphic they shot was that one I was trying to show you, was that red pill, it has my high school, my birthday, my name, my dad's name, and then the column in bold letters and numbers, it says TA 4099, right? Well, yeah, TA, Tom Althouse was 4099. They made a big deal about my age. Larry's obsessed by it. But what happened is, then they were in the numerology, so the next gold number that finished it are 380. 380 from what I'm told means that you're going to give up your most cherished worldly possessions to prepare for your death. The insider from Warner Bros. That called me and told me to see these things said the Wachowskis are making a joke, saying they're doing you a favor by having taken your most cherished possession to have you prepare for your death. It's a terrible mock. Just like I have Sophia Stewart called me on many times, and I take this call. And she's mocking me over the death of my son. That's her job. That's her job. Her whole basis, her whole livelihood has been based on a lie. And brought out of USC to do it. And interesting too is the lady that was brought out of USC for Altered Carbon by Joel Silver, just like Sophia Stewart was. Yeah, that director was brought out of USC. That's their go-to alma mater to draw people out for intellectual property theft. So both Sophia Stewart and the director of Altered Carbon, look her up. So yeah, I've had many.
Now she has a paralegal background as well.
Yeah, paralegals. Is that crazy? They want paralegals to do this stuff. And that's what Nicholas told me about too. So he knew what was going on. He was right there when she was snowing me. And when this,
I kind of introduced Sophia to Nicholas to I'm guilty.
You're not guilty. You put in motion everything that was supposed to transpire. I would say, as the writer of the actual story, I would say you played your part as you supposed to play it.
Well, actually, in the movie, I always saw myself as the key master, the guy who was with the Asian guy who was in the room, who opened all the doors. He had the keys to all the doors in the Matrix. That was kind of my thing. That's kind of what I do. In real life.
That's perfect because you did. You put in motion like here we are talking right now with a great group of people because this wouldn't happen if you hadn't done what you did. And I think the timing is perfect right now to maybe make a difference in our world. And not just for my family, but for everybody. You know, there are plans in place to eliminate a large portion of the population to do a reset. And that's what's in the story. What's amazing is this work right here, they had to cleanse it out. This work talks about that. The original Matrix story talks about that they're going to reset the earth, a one world order, and a lot of us are going to be just removed. But that doesn't happen. We can have a good world. And that's what the Neo character is responsible for. He's trying to make sure that all have a fair shake. And this doesn't happen. So he deals with the architect personally. So here we are. And now I'm being courted by studios. I'm not going to stop.
So art turned reality.
Yeah, it's because they said they put me in my own film. So basically, if they put me in my own film, and they're following, they're in the film too.
Yeah, everybody's following the script.
Yeah, I mean, if I created this world where I would actually fit, I wanted people like myself to be able to fit in this world. Those that are hard, compassion, which obviously you do, and cross-discipline to solve the problem. That's what it was. Because Code in the Matrix, it was to bring people together. And the Wachowskis are saying like, we'll let audiences figure out themselves. No, I can tell you what it means. Let's make it the way it was originally made. Written to be. If they get so excited about. So what's interesting is, if you look at what it really was supposed to be, it's about friendship, loyalty, faith. And I say, like, I don't draw lines on religion. Religion can divide us, but the ability to have faith brings us together. So we can always celebrate faith with each other. And no matter what we believe, or we have a heart change, we can always celebrate that spark of faith in each of us and be there for each other. So that's what I was saying.
Basically, what I saw too was like love at the end, because like these people didn't know each other, but Neo had love for a place called Zion that he never even heard of. Mm-hmm. But he wanted so much to help these people because they had love. You could see the compassion in the people themselves,
right?
In Zion. Right. So there was a lot of love that I saw too that can heal.
Yeah, it's a lot like that was part of baby. Yeah, you're right. A lot of love. There's a lot of love.
There's a lot of love in there. That was something I was thinking.
Compassion for each other, love for each other. Yes, there's all race, all faith in Zion. It's the last holdout humanity. And they are in harmony. That's what I had. Even Barbara Waller said, oh my God, that's what I love about them. But the thing is, the Charles said, well, let them figure it out themselves. They didn't understand the work. And that's what the gentleman who called me from Warner said about this inserted material at first draft. He said, they don't even know what they're doing. They don't understand the work. It's written in layers. Which means all these different things come together in the end for a satisfying ending. If the little girl is related to Neo, and she points to the Christ figure, the Son, and says that's the man that's been there. Now the audience goes, oh, now I Now I understand what happened. It brings everything together. Now, if they kept the exact same ending, replacing Neo with the Oracle, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You don't have a satisfying ending. It doesn't make any sense. But they thought it would by keeping the exact ending. That's why they said, no, we're going to keep it as it is. And that's right from here on set. Not just coming forward, but personnel from the set. And now saying, yeah, the work was used on set. Everybody knows. You know. So it's pretty crazy.
How did they get to work in the first place? This is
this guy right here. Lorenzo D.
So you met this guy. You met him.
Yeah, I was given to visit to him. He was given a copy of it through Lenny Coco. You ever look up Lenny Coco in the Times? He's an Italian guy who wanted to have his life story written and had me come up and pitch it. Right? Everybody's interconnected in that story. Pat Robertson had a student named Nadia Centino. Nadia Centino's father-in-law is Lenny Coco. Lenny Coco is best friends with Bonham and Shura. Robertson's connected to Disney. So Ned and Judy Nankovich from Robertson's organization got top positions from the East Coast to the West Coast in the story development department of Disney and Universal. Joel Silver and Eisner. So isn't that something? So that's how they got it.
Did she know your daughter too, from Pat Robinson? The girl that she friends with your daughter?
Yeah, they know. Yeah. So the thing is that now we have a chance. I kept thinking, they're saying like, well, how did you stay alive? And I said, well, the answer is compassion. See, Hollywood thinks it's all about power. Instead of facing contest saying, it's all about power for them. I'm like, well, without compassion, nothing will survive. It's like you have to have compassion to be able to create great work. You have to serve your audience. And I said, I wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for compassion. Because compassion says, I'm going to keep going because I can make a difference in other people's lives. If I didn't have that orientation thought process, I would have died. If I was like them, it was all about selflessness and power. And incidentally, Sophia Stewart's company is called All Eyes on Me.
Right.
That's not something I would call my company. Maybe, give to others or something, but not All Eyes on Me. What I want is for all of us to be working. All life is valued. We're not going to make it as a species. We got to help each other up the hill. We got to value all life, and make sure we stand up for injustices, support each other. That's why Zion's the way it is. And so what happened is I told these guys, these contacts in Hollywood, I said, well, the reason I'm alive is because compassion. I could never take my life because I can't serve. I can't help anybody anymore. I wouldn't be able to step in and save someone. So I'm not going to harm myself. I'm going to stick around and do everything I can to help others. That's compassion. Compassion keeps you living. Do anything. Because you want to make a difference. Writers that want to make a difference, their work turns out pretty well. Not writers that say all eyes on me. If I'm stuck on myself, I'm going to be able to create. My mind's going to chew on myself. But if I want to serve the public and do something really new and lifting, then you're writing from that capacity to lift, edify, encourage, bring together. And you take yourself out of the equation in that process. You're a servant. That's where good art comes from. Now Hollywood's starting to realize that. You gotta value.
Wow. I gotta say, like I said, like so many people are saying on YouTube as well, Miss DC, it's heartbreaking what you're saying here. Like all over film, all over money, all over power. Like
that's what they say.
Is it worth it? Was it worth it? All you want to do is write something, and you had to be a young man at the time.
I was in like 30. What I want to do is I saw what was happening at Pat Ross, and that's where the ending comes from. I thought, this isn't right. You can't say, Pat Robinson says that his people are chosen and everyone else is left unless you're part of his organization. You can't say people are left on the outside and do whatever you want to them because they're not part of the organization. No, that's not right. That's horrible. That causes real big problems. But the thing is, if we really do have this compassion, then we're also considered naive, an easy target. You're going to see a lot of writers you've never heard about, probably, that were destroyed, that are dead. dead,
that their families are dead.
And I know some of those
And I know
families.
some of those families.
And I happen to make it
And I
through.
happen to make it
The
through.
reason I
The reason
survived,
I survived, I can pass this on to other writers that they've been through this.
is if you have a body
Is
of
if
work
you have a
they
body
want,
of work they
don't
want,
disclose it.
don't disclose it.
Tell them that if
Tell
anything
them
else
that if
happens
anything else happens to loved ones in your family, you'll destroy that work.
and based on their
And
greed,
based on
they
their
will
greed,
stop.
they will stop.
So the reason I'm
The
alive and
reason
my
I'm
last son's
alive and my last son's alive is
because
because they want the rest of my screenplays.
that's their greed.
That's their greed.
So I had to work from
So
their
I had to
angle.
work from their angle.
It's their greed
It's
that
their
kept me
greed
alive.
that kept me alive.
So I have 14
So I
more
have
screenplays
14 more
better than that.
screenplays better than The Matrix.
And if I said,
Mhm.
if my,
I said,
yeah, and so if we get
Yeah,
name
and so
credit
if we
back,
get
I
name
will
credit back,
release
I
them.
will release them too.
Wow. So I tried to give you send your donation on your stereo. I didn't see your donation button. It's not connected.
Oh, I'm
Maybe
sorry.
Angela
Okay.
can fix that for you. But
I
I
will.
will. I see your PayPal, so I'm gonna donate to your
Well,
PayPal.
thank you, and thanks for having me on too. Because I'll tell you what, the other side's running out of talking points now. But they will, if you're in my shoes, you'll know what it's like.
You'll know what it's like.
You'll be bashed
You'll
hard,
be
and
bashed
your family will
hard,
go
and your
through
family
that.
will go
They'll
through
divide
that.
your
They'll
family,
divide
buy
your
off family
family, buy
members.
off
They'll
family
take your
members.
jobs.
They'll
They'll
take your
destroy your
jobs. They'll
livelihood.
destroy your
They call it
livelihood.
destroy your
They call it
life.
destroy your life.
And if it happens to a
If it happens
person,
to a person,
reach out.
reach out.
Don't let them
Don't
alienate
let
or
them
isolate
alienate
you.
or isolate you.
Keep your courage.
Keep your courage.
Shining
Keep
through.
shining through.
And I want at some
And
point
I want at
also
some
to be a
point
host and
also
give
to be a
something back
host
like
and
you
give something
said.
back like you
And
said.
have you guys on
And
and
have
have
you guys
others on
and
that
have
their
others
stories
on
can be
that their
told.
stories can be told.
Because I know what it's
Because
like
I know
for
what it's
people,
like
you know,
for
the greatest thing
people.
you can hear is,
The greatest thing you can hear
I
is,
believe you.
I
When you
believe
hear
you.
people
When
say,
you
I
hear
believe
people
you,
say, I believe
that's how you can tell if a
that's how you
writer's
can
been
tell if a
true.
writer's been true.
A writer who
A
actually has
writer who
lost
actually
everything
has
and
lost
everything
everything
taken,
and everything
when someone
taken.
says, I
When someone
believe
says,
you,
I believe you,
it hits
it
you.
hits
It
you.
hits you because it's
It
like,
hits you because it's
oh
like,
my God, somebody
oh my
got it.
God,
When you're
somebody
supposed
got
to be
it. When you're supposed to be
isolated,
isolated,
alienated, and quote
alienated,
destroyed.
and quote destroyed.
It's like water
It's like
when
water
you're dying of thirst.
when you're dying of thirst.
So
So
blessings to those that
blessings to those that actually
see through with critical
see through
thinking,
with
look
critical
at
thinking,
evidence,
look at evidence,
and see the truth.
and see the
Because
truth.
the other side
Because the other
counts on us
side
being
counts on us
stupid
being stupid
and being divided
and being
and being
divided and
selfish.
being selfish.
And that is not the
And that
large
is
part
not
of
the
the
large part
population.
of the
We're not
population.
like that.
We're not like that.
Yeah. Wow.
Hey, King Cooler, I just wanted to say something.
Sad. So you come with a body of work. You try to do something to support your family. Little do you know, there's other plans going on behind your back.
Mm-hmm. And that's the interesting thing. In the process, though, contacts will tell you. Contacts will start to tell you what was going on. They sort of either sympathize or they're thinking that maybe you're going to succeed. Once they think you're going to succeed and win, like you said, I won the chess game. When they start giving you information, now what do you do with that information? You speak it out. I know what the plan is. I know what they're planning to do. You know, Sophia Stewart had said to me in one of the mocking sessions, she said, you know, you don't have anybody who's African American in your screenplay. None at all. And I'm like, what are you talking about? The head of Underground, who becomes the head of Underground that saves the day, is a quote, something that's sculpted African American male named Brian. So my main character saves the day is African American. I used to work with African American programs at Colonel Williamsburg on the Rockefeller. And so I was part of the organization doing shows. And so I always felt like they were family. People that were like in that department. We're family. And so it's like, of course I'm going to put it in my screenplay. You know, when I played on the Jamaican soccer team, whatever, I played with a good friend of mine who was from Nigeria, things like that. So my family always grew up like realizing that we're all descended from Africa. We all came from an Adam who was a family unit about 10 people or something. We're all from the same father. You know. So it's like, we all are. And we're waiting for the world to wake up and realize that. You know, it's stupid. The media gets us all at each other's throats. It's dumb. It's dumb. So through art, I was also trying to help that. My world was immersed in that. So that's why Zion has all the different faith, race, everything in it. You know, because that's what our world was. That was that. Yeah, of course there is. It's stupid to be at each other's throats. It's just stupid. We can create great art. We can make a difference in our world for our kids. As a father, I want my kids to have a good life. What's left of them. Yeah.
Wow. So, is there a next Matrix? Anything in the future?
Well, that's the funny thing.
That's the funny thing. It's a great question because I've got contacts from Warner Bros. Disney saying, could you write Matrix 4?
And I was
really?
I could write it in a month. And I said it would actually be Matrix 2 because they screwed it up. So, you know, the sequel to Immortals. Yeah, no problem. I could write it. They've been asking me that. So you're dealing with Hollywood.
It's not like so much
good guy, bad guy.
It's more like
they consider themselves
business, just business.
Yeah, not when you're killing people.
Not when you're killing people and killing kids.
But they think that they're in a position where they can profit either way, whichever way the wind blows. So that's why they kind of like dagger in one hand, contract in the other. Because they've been courting me, like certain players will be all nice and courting, making offers, but other players are trying to destroy you from the same organization. They're messed up. When you're all about power,
you have no focus, no grounding.
When you're about compassion, you have a grounding.
Nothing can shake your world.
If you harm your loved
ones, you'll dedicate your life to their memory.
You'll raise it up in your
family.
For all people, so other families don't lose their kids. They failed in profiling.
They failed in assessing.
People like ourselves, we don't
give up.
And it's for our sons.
So, we lost your audio.
Of course.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so are we getting still bad feedback from Tom? Is that on the YouTube side or the stereo side? I just need to chime in. If you're on stereo, let me know how it sounds on stereo. I see they're getting feedback on the stereo side, on the YouTube side. Is your volume down on the YouTube?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you on stereo.
Yeah.
It's just the make sure the volume
I figured they were going to cut
YouTube.
that because that's not a message they want out.
They don't want that message out.
Okay.
It doesn't fit.
Yeah,
they don't want that out.
Yeah, they definitely sounds like they're messing with the audio.
They will. Yeah.
They said stereo sounds great though, but on YouTube they're messing with you on YouTube a little bit.
Right, they'll do
that. So far, stereo we're good.
Well, that's good.
It's clear.
That's good. Yeah, this happens all the time. Every host tells me this. When you get a certain subject, they'll cut the feed.
They'll just cut the feed.
The AI. You created this world. No.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing.
That's the crazy thing. They're telling me, even on the inside, they're saying this is the world you created, Tom.
But I was trying to create a world where
we would fit, where people like ourselves, like have courage and compassion would fit.
Because the world before,
we didn't. It didn't ring true. Didn't fit.
But now in the one we have,
we fit, and they're trying to put us in our own screenplays.
Well, then they're on our turf.
They're on our territory.
So now, these things that were chasing them under the water and all of that. Now, was that part of your Matrix? Because that's when I started they were losing me a little bit.
Well, that's the funny thing. They listed that
image. In mine,
you have the tunnelers. Remember the tunnelers?
Because it didn't make sense. They didn't know how to figure. They didn't do something right.
You're smart. The tunnelers are actually supposed to be with underground,
not with the machine.
Tunnelers are the devices that are the host of underground Zion. The tunnelers.
So you can find a way out. Way in and way out.
Yeah, so the tunnelers are the way they're like gophers from hell. The tunnelers are how they get finally to go for the dome. It was a whole series they're playing, and some of them hit this like water. And so the tunnelers end up in these unknown water while they're in the ground, and that's why they lifted that image.
Right, and it was all through the water with these little octopus machine things. I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
It was dumb. What they're doing is they're lifting images they thought were cool. They didn't care about it tying together. That's why the jacks in there don't make any sense. Unless you put it back with what it was supposed to be. Ghost program. Like I said, liquid mirrors. When you see the red pig and pass liquid mirrors. That's how it gets trapped between worlds. You don't have Neo running down a train station corridor on the other side. That's stupid. They're borrowing that for something else. It's supposed to be that he can't get through the liquid mirrors unless he's touching the program. So the only way he can get through the liquid mirrors is through pulling him through, distracting the guard. Trapped between worlds. The train station scene is actually supposed to be two scenes. To save on budget, they made it one. And it's supposed to be a crowd of people pushing forward. Like I'll show you here. A crowd of people are pushing their kids into the program if they think they'll be for a better life. So they saved on the budget
saved on the budget
by making it just a static Indian family.
So it's supposed to be a crowd of people.
See, a crowd.
Like a crowd
Against well-dressed travelers. That are frantic to get their kids into the program. But it's going to be a better life,
be a better life, but it's be trafficked.
So here you go.
Hollywood didn't want that mentioned.
So on the second page, you'll see the little girl, haggard woman pushing a little girl forward. The Neo is called Jimmy. You take her, you bought her. A man is cut in two through liquid mirror reforming as he tries to run through. The liquid mirrors are a very dangerous security device. Not something that they lift and just have Neo put his hands through when he gets the pill. That's not what it's supposed to be. But they lifted everything out to get credit for it. Didn't care about it making sense. And so they have Morpheus with two pills out, and Neo puts his hands in the mirror. That's dumb. That's bad writing. It's supposed to be integral to the train station scene to add to the terror of what's going on there. The family's screaming to take their kids. Our Neo character just lost his daughter, and he sees a little girl which just like his daughter being pushed forward by this haggard woman. Now, a producer from Hollywood pointing something out, he said, Tom, they turned this haggard crowd, desperate to get their kids into the program, into this one Indian family. He said, they're well dressed. So why in the hell is this well-dressed couple putting their kid into a program? Why are they getting rid of her? They don't make any sense of that.
I didn't get that.
It doesn't make sense.
It looked like purgatory, some sort of purgatory where you were able to kind of sneak a soul back into the world somehow.
Then they make her a computer program. That's stupid. She's not a computer program. In the real life story,
she had no plug.
No, it's supposed to be a real life girl. A real life girl, a real life family putting their kid in the program. That's higher stakes, isn't it? We don't care about a little program going into a program. So what? But a real little girl, and then what the Wachowskis do, like remember the fight choreographer, Paul Martin, they made it up as they went along, holding this in hand and holding the storyboard. Fans will know the 600-page storyboard of all lifted images from this. So they're making it up as they go along. With a 20-foot rule, if you're within 20 feet, you're fired because you'll see that screenplay that I sell out. That's why 20-foot rule. And you're fired. But what's interesting is they're making up as they go along. So what they do at the train station? They're drawing from what they're familiar with while they're making up as they go along. That's what people are telling me now. That's what happened on set. So they draw from the train man from Ghost. They drew the train man from Ghost to try to make it make sense. The train man from Ghost doesn't make any sense in the train station scene. But they wanted to tie together by they're making it up as they go along, putting things they are familiar with in a juvenile way.
Yeah, I didn't get that part either. I was like, okay, this guy comes through, he's upset, he's angry. What's his problem?
That's from Ghost. It's from Ghost. That's why Alice in Wonderland. That's why Necromancer. That's why Blade Runner. That's why they're drawing from all these things they know as they make it up on the set. That's why you have all these things.
These twins with the dreadlock. What was that all about?
That's a Ghost program. I've got a Ghost program where Spielberg loved it. The Ghost program where Neo at his home, when he's cut from the program, and he has to leave the elite section or the program, he activates his Ghost program, and that's what it's called. And the Ghost program is a identical figure of himself, which acts as a diversion from anybody that might shoot through the windows or attack the home or things like that. And it reacts to stimulus. I thought it was really cool. The Ghost program in mind, when they start shooting out the windows at his place in the program, the Ghost program is like touching his wounds like it's completely his child. He's not dying because he's a piece of program. See? So they thought that was cool. They made it into, again, they loved the identical figures idea that I had. So they had identical Ghost program. I thought that was cool. See? So that's what
it was kind of cool though, and the way they were supposed to look like they were about to meet their demise, but then they got out of their regular cells, turned into their ghostly cells. Like this is nothing.
Didn't make any sense. You know where that's from? Now they lift it again. You know what they lifted from? Predator.
He lifted from Predator.
Right,
Is it Predator invisible?
Because that's the idea. Okay, so what's with the dreads and this and that? Like Predator was also symbolic for something. Right, exactly.
From Predator. It's from Predator.
It's from Predator. So what they're doing is
the guys that contacted me said
they have no ideas whatsoever.
In fact, the only idea that Joel Silver really credited was the things from Aliens, where they had the lifters and they load and fire in Zion, which was totally stupid because they're totally exposed in the front. Anybody who thought that was dumb, I agree with you. Totally exposed, no body armor. And they said that the greatest thing they did was they made a backloading device where you plug in the ammo in the back. That's retarded. That's stupid because then what are you doing in a firefight? Somebody has to load you or else you're in trouble. Why not load it in the front where you can do it yourself? They put that into Avatar. The thing is that that's what they made a model of and Joel Silver said, they came up with the aliens like lifting thing. You know, isn't that incredible?
The audio went out, of course.
That's what they did. They just lifted from everything that they could find and stuck it in as they made it along, and they ripped the public off. Hold on. How do I block this?
Yeah, they shut your whole. There you go. You're back. They shut you down for a good 40 seconds.
Well, what I'm saying is,
as soon as you said Joel Silver, we lost you.
Joel Silver says that the donkeys are geniuses because of them coming up with the Zion fight with the walking things that are like lifters that from aliens that shoot, and you load it from the back. He said that the donkeys came up with a backloading device and that's a genius for making stories. You know what? That's the only really creative thing they did, but they took it from aliens. You see these things like when the ladies fighting off the alien creature with the loading thing with the pictures and stuff. That's where they got it from. And then they said the genius was making a backloading thing. That's stupid. Why not make it a front-loading thing? Then they took it to Avatar. But if it's a front-loading thing, it works. It's just so dumb. Then they made a huge model and gave it to Joel Silver. As, you know, here's the great thing they came up with. That's the only creative thing they did in the Matrix. Bullet time is in this screenplay. Bullet time's in this screenplay. It's all here. But it's not the way they have it. So anyway, yeah. The Wachowskis made up as they went along as they were being told to be on the set now. And what they did was they filled in what they're familiar with. And that's why the training man from Ghost is there. That's why you have Predator in there with the Ghost. No, the Ghost program is supposed to be a security device for Neo's home in the program. See? So it would be nice to actually talk about these things sometime and go, well, here's what it's from, here's what they lifted, here's how they simplified it, here's how they lifted and dumbed it down. So yeah.
Now, the most infamous line, you think that's air you're breathing? Is that yours or theirs? What's that?
So he says, you think that's air you're breathing. I'd have to look again. I bet you they draw it from something. Off the top of my head.
You know, he told me, basically, you really think that you're alive. Like, basically, you think you're breathing. You think this is all real to you.
Okay.
You know, basically trying to unplug them at the same time. So I was wondering if that was a reference to what we believe as of 2021. You think this is actually air, this the virus, all kinds of stuff's going on. You actually think that this is real or what? You know.
Well, that's the interesting thing. Our character actually goes through a thing where his caller, the program, I call it enhancer in the back of the neck. That link is diseased. The architect has it diseased. So that it ends up like a tracking device for Zion, and also he starts to age rapidly. The architect knows every decision we're going to make, basically, right? And so he has that time. And so what happens is that means he has to lose his memories. All his memories are going to be lost. But he has to go through 3 days of training to adapt to Smith's enhancer. To draw memories that he's not even sure what he's looking for. That's why when our case didn't see the light of day was just thrown by their people involved, including Ralph Rios and Associates. They announced
Sense 8
because that's what happens.
because that's what happens in our screenplay.
Our Neo has to
Neo
use
has to
Smith's
use Smith's
memory and
memories
feel what
and
Smith
feel what
felt.
Smith felt.
All the elation he
All
felt
the
over the
elation he
suffering
felt
of
over the
others,
suffering
everything.
of others, everything.
While going with
the Trinity character.
to the Cortex
To
building.
the Cortex
And the
building.
reason he
And the
actually
reason
gets
he
to the
actually
Cortex
gets to the
building
Cortex
unopposed,
building
and yes, it's
unopposed,
a
and yes,
seamless
it's a
building.
seamless
It looks like it's
building.
coming
It looks
out
like you're coming
of walls and the corridors that are hidden. It's all in here.
It's all in here.
It's all in our work.
It's all in our
And then
work.
what happened
And
was
then what happened was the reason he enters is because the former agent was his best friend. They took that out. It was a great thing.
Mendel, we call it.
Mendel,
The former agent is released from the program by the architect. Who brought in his best friends with Neo in our screenplay. And then is brought back to duty to face Neo down as he enters the Cortex building with Trinity. So that's why there's no opposition when he enters the building. But Wachowski just left it with no opposition. Basically, they go to the control room with the room of monitors. They start blowing the agents up, pull them out, and that's in there too. Trinity sacrifices himself in Neo. That's there. He follows and finds the dome using Smith's memories. That's there. He looks in Bane's eyes, one character's eyes, and sees, talks to Smith, just like they do when he has that firefight on the ship. It's all there. Everything's there. It's insane. It's including with all my personal things. The game is over. We actually have due process.
So what about this Matrix 4 that they just did in Europe?
They raced it forward. They had merchandise starting to go on the shelf, and I survived a hit and run. And so they pulled the merchandise off the shelf. Same time Joe Silver announced Alder Carbon. And that was after I was supposed to die in Canada. And so the next day we find out my son is murdered instead on the highway. And so what happens is you have a situation where they then decide to go forward with Matrix 4 and rush it into production. Because they're afraid of our court case coming. Nicholas can tell you about it too. Like malpractice and then leading to the original case resurrected from fraud. But the thing is, that's why they're racing forward to capitalize and profit off before we come forward. So we have to educate the public first. The people catch on, donate, catch on, get behind it, understand this. It's critical thinking with a site like RedPillRising.org and great books like yourself, then the game's over. We all win. The other side loses their agenda. So it's game over. Writers can make a difference. But we sure have paid the price, have we not?
Now, I want to ask one question, but I'm going to answer a couple of these messages. But the red pill, blue pill thing, we want to talk about that real quick in a second. But let's listen to this. Yeah.
So the red pill,
God is divine. Oh, it's an echo.
The echo is on YouTube.
Okay, appreciate that. So is it still an echo on YouTube? Maybe because we had the volume up. Maybe one of us had the volume up. Might have been me. But let me know if it got better.
Right now, Stereo's just having the usual kinks and issues. Once they pick up on what he's saying, then they'll start to affect him on a personal level. Currently, they're not catching up yet. They're still just doing their analytics.
Right, because they haven't picked up on his voice and all. So YouTube knows all your voice character, your tone and everything. Stereo's still new at it, which is great. They haven't picked up, but they're learning. And they're starting to glitch a little bit on Stereo now. It's almost like the AI is that strong for you, man. Your voice is already recognized
we know
all the AI.
Yeah, who we're dealing with, Hollywood is linked with the FBI and CIA and NSA. So they're all in one. They're supposed to protect against intellectual property theft. They went the route of deciding they were going to control content, claiming it was for national security, and instead they got into profit off of it. They're rogue agents that profit off of Hollywood films. It's like Poppy Field and child trafficking and intellectual property. They'll profit off anything. So these rogue agencies are the ones that are really causing the problem in league with Hollywood moguls. They know we know that. Because in our screenplay, The Immortals, Neo is a lower echelon CIA operative head of the department. So look what I did. I put it right there. And they didn't like that. They had to cleanse that out. But yeah.
So he wasn't a hacker? He was a hacker.
No, they made him a hacker. He's actually a CIA. Inside CIA. Yeah, it's a low echelon department. And that's something. They didn't want that, so they turned him into a hacker.
So that's why Mr. A, that's why, well, I assumed Agent Smith was definitely CIA or some government official.
Yes, Agent Smith.
So they knew Neo. They all knew each other. He was like a buddy of his. The way he acted was more like You're one of us.
Wait,
Why you?
They're interrupting your signal.
They're interrupting your signal.
Say it again. They interrupted
Say
your
it again.
signal.
They interrupted your signal. It's too important.
Yeah, as soon as I said Agent Smith, if Neo and Agent Smith, it seemed like they knew each other from a past.
Yes. Good job.
They now they turned off your audio at all. Your audio's off.
Yeah, of course.
Hold
They
on.
don't want this.
1
They
second.
don't want this.
Okay, you're back.
Okay, they're not going to like this at all. This is where they do the most interference. You just nailed it. You just nailed it.
You just nailed it.
So yes. Here we go.
Here we go.
Neo, they'll probably
interrupt again. Neo
in R,
the main character,
is a lower
echelon CIA
department head.
And
you're right.
Smith is his
oversight
person.
He's in the upper department. He's a CIA top head.
head.
So you got it.
That's
exactly the way it's supposed to be. I never heard anybody get that before. Well done. That's what it's supposed to be.
That's what I felt from way. Why they going after one of their own? Because maybe he's going rogue. He went rogue.
Well, he caught on to the whole program. I call it the
Ghost Program.
He caught on to the fact that the
architect, remember we said, the field of pods,
bringing back his top 100 in our time, create a one world order, and a program, a mortal program, which would offer this program immortality to all world leaders and their families to reset the world and eliminate a large part of the population so they can have a it's this paradise world. And so what they're doing is they're leaving
those of us that aren't selected as genetic material
and things for even
Hunger Games and stuff like that.
It's a very complex story. They didn't want that. But that is brilliant because Neo makes his report of what he discovered about people turning up that were secondaries that have fled the
facility
where the field of pods
was and everything. The architects brought back was top 100.
And that's what he makes his report up
to the top, and it happens to be the Smith that he reports to,
top of the
CIA.
Well, it would make sense. It also makes sense why he's listening to Morpheus out of nowhere. He's following his directions automatically. He's automatically ready to follow directions and follow orders at any moment. Military.
Here comes the mind blow.
You ready for this?
Morpheus is second in his department in our time in the CIA. He's in his department as the second, number two. And he ends up grabbing all the files in the department they wanted to take. Smith's agent wanted to take. And forms underground. So, and you said Red Pill. What Morpheus does in ours is he allows underground to form. He worked under the Neo in the lower echelon department. And so he has the wherewithal to form this, right? Know exactly what's going on. And so he creates the blue pill, which is a bootleg version of the red pill. So Morpheus doesn't hold out two pills to Neo. They were keeping it, looking things that thought were cool and just cheapening it. What happens is Neo's offered the red pill by the Smith agent, and he doesn't have a choice. If he doesn't take the red pill, he and his family will die.
So there is no choice.
No, there's no choice. Morpheus has the blue pill. If the elite report you and want you in, you don't have a choice. You don't have two pills. They don't say, hey, join us. Or not.
But two pills does exist.
Two pills exist in the original screenplay, yes. Blue pill is the bootleg one, which has bad side effects.
It's not perfected.
And it has agonizing side effects.
You age slowly.
The red pill and the immortal program that they use is basically perfected. They make everyone think it's perfected, but it's not. Slowly, the architect is starting to lose his mind. It's not perfected. So in our real life, MIT and Stanford didn't get it right.
See?
So isn't that something?
It's a shame because the real movie sounds a lot more interesting and better.
Well, that's why they're drawing. That's why they're drawing
all these things off. C Nation takes from it.
Man in the High Castle
takes from it.
Avatar?
Avatar was ripped off with us. Avatar was ripped off with us. And then they mixed my portions into Avatar, but they ripped off the Avatar people too. They did a blend of rip-off
with us.
That's why the eyes
with Black Panther. some of the moves and some of the ways he moved was the same way Neo moved. I thought they were ripping Matrix off in a way.
You're probably right. They said Hollywood was bankrupt for ideas. They were bankrupt for ideas. That's when Highlander was being done. So they didn't have anything. And that's why Bonaventure was all like ape about this stuff. It's revolutionary. We're making this. Oh my God, this is great. He's bragging about the script he got. So the thing is, like, all these things were revolutionary. They thought that everything had been done under the sun. Quote. So that's why they put it under the investment firm's name. In the end, it took De Laurentiis was the one that whined and dined the Wachowskis. And they did Assassins together. But then you don't see Wachowskis on the Immortals title. You see De Laurentiis. De Laurentiis is on the Assassins copyright title, along with Wachowskis. He's the one that whined and dined and said they have beautiful women and fame and fortune in Hollywood. They had no body of work. They failed at everything they did. But they were whined and dined by De Laurentiis. Being told they'd be successful in Hollywood. They failed in Hollywood as writers. They even said that in an article. So what they do is they take failed people, including Sophia, and they put them in position. And they feel that then they'll have it in-house, and people will be loyal. That's how they do it. And they try to divide the rest of the public against each other. So the real writers, we're thrown under the bus. But we have the proof, but that doesn't help us. That just means they're going to throw more at us. People do critical thinking and look at what's really here. They'll get it. And that's the biggest nightmare for the other side, is actually able to think it through and see the evidence for ourselves. RedPillRising.org has it. It's right there. You'll see some of the actual scenes from the actual script. They're saying, their attorney's saying there's no working drafts, no notebooks, nothing. How they shoot the Matrix without any working drafts, any scripts. They wrote the script after they shot it. So what they did was they copied down what they shot. Using my working hand, the visual storyboard, making up as they go along. That's why you have the ghost from the train man from the ghost. That's why you have the dreads from Predator, Ghost, everything. Yeah. It all makes sense. They don't think anybody will catch on, though. They think if they speak bad enough and long enough and do talking points, the public will never catch on.
Now, when they call, when they called it the architect, first thing I thought was, like, I guess, Freemasonry.
That's a real good connection. Because the architect of the universe. The architect, really, if you look at the person in history, that's a fantastic assessment. But the real person in history that this is drawn from as the real baddie, he wants to be an architect. Now their attorney says, no, true. Yeah, look him up. Look up the real guy in history that's the architect, and see if he was not wanting to be an architect. He applied to architecture school. So that's why we called it the architect. For a new world.
I also saw that it was about time. Like, it was about timing. So it didn't have a lot of time. Obviously, it had to be specifically about time. And when I was thinking more along the lines of, okay, we're leaving the age of Pisces, Jesus, fish, going into the age of Aquarius, the water bearer, so it's got to be cleaned up. We got to clean some things up. That's hence they went in the water. A lot of symbology.
Yeah, you got it. A lot
of stuff they were trying to let you know. So now that we're ushering in the age of Aquarius, we're at the dawning of the age of Aquarius, we're leaving the Kali Yugas. And the light, getting more light on the planet, hence the sun, pointing to the sun. It's a lot going on here.
There's a lot.
I want to break a lot of it down because I this is what I do. I break movies and stuff down. And I saw a lot going on.
That's brilliant. You're really smart. I'd love for you to be on set. We actually do this.
Hey, my number is.
Yeah, I love it. No, you're good. You're good. It's amazing. It's like it's nice to have that kind of stimulus for the mind.
Right.
This is creative mind.
Appreciate that.
How many people are still trying to figure out the Matrix? They'll never get it.
This online forums for it. Like tons of people figuring it out, trying to fill up, and have better ideas of what really happened and why they messed up and all kind of stuff.
And on their own fan page, we'll talk to say, well, yeah, that's a good idea. Fans showed us that, yeah, there shouldn't be 6 generations of Zion. Yeah, there should be.
Now, think about that. Why have a fan page of ideas? Because they ran out of them.
They didn't have the ideas. They didn't understand how it worked.
They want the fans to recreate the next movie. Help us, because we have no clue what we're doing.
Yeah, that's right. And the logo train station says use a subplot. That's a subplot. That's the heart and soul of the piece.
First of all, why Native American? Why Indian-ish Native? Why? There's so many whys.
Yeah. They tried to be clever. Is the answer. They're fans of sci-fi that were given work that Bonham and Sherritt said was revolutionary. And all they wanted to do was have the power, prestige, money, women, whatever that went along with that work. You know, all I wanted to do was see a better world.
Well, it just makes a lot of sense because right now in the news today, Biden is really adamant about helping India because they're going through the worst part of their thing, the third strain or whatever. And it just makes sense that that's the little girl being helped. Here, take her because we're probably not gonna make it. Save the girl.
That's the thing.
It's a lot of stuff going on, and it seems like it was preparing us for something. Now, did you know? Were you part of? Are you privy to certain things that were going on that maybe created you to maybe write this thing? Because that's what we think about The Simpsons as well. Like, okay, well, how did they predict something? Were you privy to some information? Were you around some of these so-called Freemasonic people and stuff?
I was being groomed to be the face of the Christian Coalition with Pat Robertson, so I knew certain things.
Okay, there you go. It's the Pat Robertson connection that keeps coming up.
He's connected to Disney, connected to CIA, FBI, and Congress is in the pocket. So what they do is they are one big nasty family with brandy and cigars. And they do not care about the rest of the public at all. So all they care about is the elite having their money protected and having a sustainable planet, a paradise, a utopia for themselves. That's what the elite wants. I was being cast for the elite. I was being brought in because I looked like that they wanted. And that's not something I'm proud of. It's just something that's what it was. I mean, look at the blue eyes. You know, I fit their poster boy image. So they wanted me to be part of the elite and plus my creative mind. I was tested as a genius. So instead, I'm one of the guys that said, no, if you say no to what they're offering, and you are number one public enemy to them. You are somebody who's a traitor.
So you took the blue pill.
I took the blue pill.
In other words,
the blue pill is what you want to take in the real story.
But see, in the movie, you want to take the red. Everybody's the red pill.
The red pill is the elite. It's so fascinating how it all turned out in the version, right? Because the red pill is Hollywood's pill. The red pill is actually the elite's pill. You don't have a choice to take to be part of the program and do what they want. I was offered the red pill.
You're right. I took the blue pill.
Blue pill is awake. Red pill is sold
out.
But our whole society is based on the stolen version, the red pill. And you know what? A lot of people are red pilled
Hollywood style.
The Matrix isn't. The Matrix is a lie. It's a lie. It's stolen work. But I can't wait.
I thought about that because according to Western chakra systems, red would be the lowest form and blue would be the higher form.
Well, that's
sure fit.
Yeah,
so,
but a lot of this.
Not only that, I also thought of red, white, and blue. The Series A, Series B, Series C are red, white, and blue. Also, and Series A, B, and C is connected to the pyramid. So it goes back into a lot of different things that ties up.
You're probably the most enlightened person I've ever.
Which is the reason why I thought Zion represented ancient Nubia or Egypt, Kemet.
Yeah.
Getting back to Kemet.
I'm not talking to anybody that knows like you do. It's like you just look right into the work and you're picking things out that no one's ever spoken about. That's pretty cool.
That was the only reason I wanted to see more. Like, what the? I want more now. Like, and then they lost me in about 3 or 4. I didn't even watch the rest. I'm done.
They didn't care. They didn't care about it making sense. They just want to profit off it. They're screwing the public. They don't care about the public being enlightened. They're too stupid.
When people tell me that Neo died, I was like, Neo died? I didn't even know.
Neo never died. In mine, Neo doesn't die. He's reunited with his daughter. He sees the identical figures face off. He sees the earth turn green. And that pulse that comes out is a flaming wall of fire that passes over him.
So in order to build a utopia, you have to destroy the old one.
Yeah, well, it's interesting thought. What's interesting is to defeat this game, we have to win the game, get rid of the game. So we're in position now to win the game. They say we won the chess game. So we can make the world a better place. And the whole code and the piece in this film, the whole code in here, which was taken, and all claim credit for. It is about bringing together people with heart and compassion to come together.
Hold on, your audio. Of course, they stopped you. 1 second. Wow, this one is a lot longer than the other ones. Yeah, they got you. Okay, you're back.
All right, so yeah, they don't like
So
this
yeah,
one.
they don't like
So
this
the
one.
whole
So the
purpose
whole purpose is
to, and I guess they don't want
and I guess they
this
don't
out.
want this
The whole
out.
purpose of
The
this
whole purpose
piece
of this piece
is a code,
is a code, basically.
and that code
And that
is to
code is to gather people with compassion,
layered thinking, cross disciplines, come together to solve world problems. Invert that pyramid. And that will make it so that we will actually be able to have a peace, bring together the people that feel called to make a difference. Just think what we could do with people with compassion, intellect, abilities, cross disciplines. We can solve every problem. We can jump ahead and actually, make a better world the way it's supposed to be, not the way these people that want power want it to be.
Now, I might blow your mind again with this one. Just bear with me, because I smoke a lot of medication. Now, I just wanted to say, what about this code? Now, you have these little bots, robots in the water. These are nanobots. They say that they're so-called nanobots in this ozone, the layers of this chemtrail. So we're breathing stuff in that eventually causes certain robotic systems within you, and so all they got to do is trigger it with CERN, which they call the beast, so-called beast computer all of a sudden. Now, I don't know if this code thing is working, but they're saying even the so-called virus is not really antibodies, but coded. It's a code. And because you keep speaking of codes, these codes. And also, what else about code that came to mind when you were talking was the code of so you got the nanobot, you got that code, you got that kind of code, and then you got the blockchain code. All kind of similar, if you ask me.
The nanotech is actually the number one best toy of the CIA and FBI. Nanotech is being used, putting writers, their families, through water, membrane permeable. And what it does is it causes sleep disruption. And it's basically transmitters. And the nanotech, they're amazed at the effect of it. And it will send off a signal, the claim it's like the Indian cricket. They experimented on it. Actually, FBI experimented on the Cuban embassies of America and Canada. And then they're the ones that apparently did the investigation to cover it up. They're not supposed to be on foreign soil. So they are the ones that covered up the nanotech experiments. For all these people sent to the hospital, look it up, the Cuban crisis. And so what happens is, in our time, and so the nanotech will send a signal, transmit a signal, it sounds like this. It causes sleep deprivation. Then what they do is they shut you away, claiming you have a 302, but you're a dangerous society because you have sleep deprivation. Therefore, you're insane, and they lock you away. They've done this to me 5 times. So I actually had the procedure done at the Wailea Clinic, shame on them, on Maui. And the lady came in and actually did a nick in my ear, and she said she was looking for damage, and said there was blood in my ear. She puts in a dry Q-tip after she nicked me with an instrument, and shows me a little fresh spot of blood. Then she goes, okay, hold this in your ear. You're a saturated, dripping, wet Q-tip. I said, what is this? Topical treatment. Not a topical treatment. And so I did. I pressed it in my ear. She said, press it hard for 10 minutes. That allowed nanotech to enter. And it's only in that ear, the right ear. So this ear will go, and other people know what I'm talking about. And so it's nanotech transmitter. And what they do is it causes sleep deprivation. So they can then say it needs to be hauled off and locked away in the insane. It's insane. It's so stupid. They tested on the Cuban, look it up, the Cuban embassy. Look up the American and Canadian embassies in Cuba and see who did the investigation to shut it down, the FBI. And see that they said it was like the Indian cricket. You hear this high, piercing pitch, like all the time, and it fluctuates depending if there's like a white band that shows up. I kid you not. And then they'll show up in front like 3 houses down, and then they'll hit at night, like 4 a.m., 2 a.m. They can do it like clockwork. And then you'll have this other underlying sound going like, try to sleep with that. So that's their reasoning for locking you away. Really? What?
Wow.
Yeah. Nanotech. And what's interesting is go to Minority Report. Steven Spielberg's so thick in this, it's unbelievable. Even the people in Hollywood say Steven Spielberg. Even though. So Spielberg's very much connected to my story. And he did Minority Report. And look what happens in Minority Report about pre-crime. And in the newspaper that talks about, this is great, Captain John Anderton. Captain John Anderton sees the newspaper scene on the bus or the subway. Look at the article. It says nanotech beyond our wildest expectations. Something like that. Nanotech, another line. Nanotech, exclamation mark. It's right there, like an Easter egg. Hello. And then you have Spielberg saying that Tom Cruise's character is Captain John Anderton. What they did was they took John Anderson, right, my dad's name with the Scottish clan name, in Matrix graphic, and turned it to Anderton. Spielberg's so dumb, he made it even more so my name, Anderton with the T in it, and gave my dad's rank in the Navy, captain. So Captain John Anderton is going to commit pre-crime because his son has been murdered, named Sean. Tom Cruise is arrested because his son Sean has been murdered. My son that was murdered is named Sean. So Spielberg's doing in 2002 planned pre-crime, announcing pre-crime to the very film. That my character will be 302'd, hauled off, because Sean's going to die, and Spielberg knows it. And Spielberg was very much involved in everything that happened to me. Isn't that crazy? So Minority Report was actually whispering through art what's going to happen to this writer after I already pitched it.
Wow.
And it has nanotech in the newspaper. In that article is nanotech. Isn't that something?
Now, is Terminator also a ripoff? As Sophia claims?
Anything, I would say anything with Cameron in it is probably a ripoff. I don't think the guy can think well at all. I think he's just Grand Theft Auto. I mean, that guy, Spielberg, Cameron, these are thugs out there. They couldn't create, copies of Underworld. The thing is that they are
basically the P. Diddy remix, huh?
They're the fat in the middle. They're not necessary. So they just claim these things by taking forth, they say, quote, schmuck writer, and taking from them, right? And so what they do is they claim all this stuff. What does Joe Silver say? He's trying to take it back now. Joe Silver says he doesn't create art, he acquires art. That's a very important quote, if I got it right. He steals work. That's what Disney did. The real father of intellectual property ripoff was Michael Eisner of Disney. Now he's concerned about his legacy. He's the real father. He created film tracks and Miramax. And who did he put in charge? Mike Lang. Harvey Weinstein's boss. Where did Mike Lang end up? Mike Lang took my honeypot wife to bed in the end. And I have the email where he sends it on my birthday saying, you have to move in with me for 60 days. Mike Lang, see it's Zion. His email. He sends it on my birthday to pull back his honeypot wife. Last thing he did with his wife as a family was he got her record expunged in Modesto, California. For what? Prostitution. She was in jail. She was ex-con. But she came to me pretending to be this nun. And who was her landlord that put her my way? Anthony Rankin. Classmates with the Burroughs and Rios and Associates from Berkeley. So the lead attorneys for Warner Brothers have Anthony Rankin in place, who has a prostitute on Maui, staying with him, and given a job to take me down as my wife. And they set it up perfectly. And then she's supposed to introduce me to Rankin to throw our case. It was all one big art of war planned out from the beginning. And Robertson's hand was all through it too. So what you have is, they go too far and they do way too much bragging. And that's when they get caught. The FBI should never have been involved in the Cuba thing. You'll see them talk about the Indian cricket. But yeah. It's absolutely incredible how far Spielberg went too. He recruited my housemate, his best friend Peter. And the deal was, the deal was that if Kirsten Leslie slept with Peter, Spielberg's best friend, then she would have dinner with Spielberg, and she would also get Sweet and Sweet Charity in Hollywood. And that's how my work ended up in Spielberg's hands too. And so he did Minority Report. After Peter said, "Don't you ever effing come to Hollywood, Tom, you're a dead man." I happened to take that call.
Whoa.
So I'm a nightmare for the other side, and I believe in the people. I believe that everybody has worth. We all are the divine spark. We all, if you're alive, breathing, your life matters. You're worth something, and you're worth fighting for. So welcome to the club. It should not be the elite. The elite, a lot of them aren't worth 2 cents. That goes for Joel Silver, Spielberg, and the rest. Give me somebody who's homeless. Give me somebody who's destitute. Give me somebody with one leg and has a mental condition. I'll put their worth over Joel Silver, Spielberg, Bill Gates, any of these clowns, including Eisner and Robertson. They're not worth it. They've given their humanity away because they don't have the compassion. They're so focused on themselves.
Wow. We got a few messages, man. You are absolutely. I just want to say I appreciate everything today.
Thank you.
I didn't expect it to get so deep and personal about your life. They really do this over finances and power and stuff. It's really ridiculous.
The good news is we can turn our world all the way around. We've got the key that has them terrified. And that's right here. I'm not trying to promote this because I'm trying to make a fortune. I'm trying to promote this so we can end the game. This has everything in it. Imagine the Matrix story being seen in all these other stories. Like Inception, Elysium, Sense8. All of them in here. All the carbon. It's all here. They said the greatest sci-fi concept. We make this. It's over. And now we have a voice. A unified voice to reveal everything. We can send them all back. A new Hollywood, a new world. And that's why the piece was written to warn people about what was being done. And now it's the key to changing everything. And that makes me feel good. Even as a father who lost 2 sons and a daughter, I feel like I will finish this in their memory, and maybe other families won't lose their kids. And I'm going to finish this, and with your help, I'm going to meet a lot of great people along the way, like meeting yourself and others that have checked in. That's my comfort. My joy
is meeting other people that I wish my sons were alive to meet to finish the job.
Wow. Like I said, guys who are on the stereo side, if you could just tap in with Brother Tom and just subscribe if you can. Follow him for sure. His PayPal is in the bio. It's Reclaim Matrix, RECLAIM MATRIX on PayPal. So if anybody can donate, I want to make sure you did get my donation, Tom.
Thank you.
And yeah, man. Wow.
What we want to do is we want to do a thank you in the film, documentary, and the real life film. And say thank you for it all, even if somebody gave 10 cents, to say thank you for having the courage to stand. To try to, write this. To thank you for what you said. I've not met somebody more enlightened than you sound. I'm impressed by your knowledge and your empathy. It means a lot.
It means a lot.
I always said, I came at the right time to this world, at the right place, at the right moment with the right people. So it all happens as synchronicities. Nothing happens by accident. We have the right people on YouTube at the right time and the right people in stereo. Those that'll see it later, they will also be the right people. But the ones that hear right now that can speak to you live and in living color to see that you are in the flesh. There's the reason why I didn't want to do just the avatar. I wanted to go live. So they can see that this is a real human, real person with real feelings, and who else his real children in the process of this, all so that he can bring us good movies. Come on. Yeah, thanks, Tom.
No, you're welcome. I'm excited for the
other 14 to be made. There's going on 15 now.
Because Hollywood thinks
everything's been done in the sun. They said that was going to take a call from them on contact saying everything's been done in the sun. I said no.
How do you know you're not a
two-hit winner? So I got 14 others. I've done a lot of work since 93.
Nothing else I could do
but try to keep my family safe and right. Yeah.
Now you put me on the little writing team. Tell them I got stuff for you now.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's just great meeting you, and I'm so glad.
Nah, same here, Tom. Seriously, this is amazing. The people in the room, I'm sure they're loving it, because normally we don't get this kind of intense speaking on this app. Yeah, we have a lot of great content out here. A lot of great people who have come through the room, and they've shown you love. And I just hope they continue to reach out to you and other people do talks with you besides me, so that we can get this going. I just wanted to be the first, but everybody on stereo is probably going to reach out, and I hope they, help you out. If they can subscribe, if they can donate, even if they want to have a chat with you, it'd be great. Even just to say hello, so you can know that there's real people out there that do care, and then they can, even if it's just to give you a kind word, they're here to help you. Yeah,
that means a lot. That means a lot.
That means a lot. I'm serious.
Words
I heard people say, I believe you. And
when someone's actually doing the work
and actually is
a good heart, and they've done the work, and they know
and they know they've got what they need to make the difference.
Those are the most important
words they've ever heard. If you lose your sons and say, well, I believe you.
It cuts through everything that's been thrown at you. So I want to offer those words to others too. That have been through it. I want to say to them, I believe you. I believe you. And my general rule of thumb is
I don't negate anything. I try to receive everything and not negate anything. And then I can be all things to all people. So, yeah.
Now, question: have you ever read Miss Stewart's book, The Third Eye?
She sent it to me, but then there was a gentleman who did a whole thing online on YouTube that exposed everything. Nicholas actually sent it to me.
Yeah,
yeah, I think I showed you that. That goes through the third eye
completely comprehensively.
And also, we go to court records. Everything is so clear. It is so clear.
So clear.
So it unmasked
completely. I think her time is over.
And I wish she hadn't done what she'd done. I wish she'd mocked my son's death. I tried to get with her. I tried to lift her. I even gave her credit. But all she did was tear in and mock and try to destroy. And now Nicholas has made it clear.
So what do you mean, like mock? Did she like make fun of your son's death?
Yeah, she would call and say, "Yeah, your son died because you're in a cult and you got him killed, Tom. And it's your fault. Your sons are dead. You don't say that to your father." It's like, she called the one time when she claimed she won this Las Vegas case, she didn't win this thing. And she goes, she's actually singing a song like a playground tune that goes like, juveniles, like, Nanny Nanny Boo is the song these kids say. Like, actually said this on tape. I've got the money, I've got your letter. Who am I talking to?
This is a person that I've known for 15-something years.
It was insane. It was like this lady. I don't know what makes her tick, but when her company's called All Eyes on Me. No, that's not mine.
Well, what was explained to me was it was a lift up of Tupac. Tupac had passed not too long ago, right after that, and that's when she said she had used it for that. But I'm not sure really. It's more to it, I'm sure.
When I talked to her, she made it sure it was all.
But she said when she first called me, Nicholas, I think was there when our stories were starting to break. She was the first one on the phone.
And she had, I think Nicholas was the guy on there. Actually, I recorded that one. It's like, is that Tom? Put me on. And you hear her get on, and she's like, okay, Tom, this is your life's over. You know it. You're a celebrity now. Like my fans love me, and you're going to now live a whole different life now as a celebrity, and you're the missing link, and you're going to claim
Matrix 2 and 3, and I'm claiming Matrix 1.
That was what the other side wanted.
They didn't want me to claim Matrix 1. They could throw our case and say any similarities in Matrix 1 can they claim in 2 and 3, but they told them to claim Matrix 1.
The supplied attorney said the same thing.
You're not going to claim Matrix 1. So there's some reason calling right on the bat.
Attorney shows up 2 in the honeypot way. All saying don't claim Matrix 1. Well, that's exactly what Warner Bros. wanted to throw the case. So right out of the gate,
she's doing that narrative. And it was just mock and mock and mock.
When she heard about the inserts that were done in the Matrix, the first graphic,
she blew a gasket and she started accusing me of being on set
in Australia, New Zealand or something.
And I was on set as some schmuck that
she's very cutting.
She's very cutting. She has a lot of foul language, and she just like,
you were on set
and you were ripping it up, and you're in Warner Bros. I'm like,
if I'm with Warner Brothers,
where's the money for my family? I know.
I've been living hell for 33 years.
So basically, you sacrificed your children as well. If that's what the claim is.
Yeah, it accuses me of sacrificing
my children for my own greed and stuff. I'm like, are you serious? What?
And then she's like, the only way I'm going to
get interviews is on paying people. I haven't paid a dime to
They
people.
brought me on because they're kind. And they wanted to reveal the story. There's no money
transpiring.
And for the record, I've not paid Tom anything. He's not charged me anything. I did donate. That was out of my own will. but Tom has not charged me a dime for this interview. Just for the record, let the record show.
If you have the truth, it's about, for me, it's saving my last son's life and making a difference for the families and other writers. And maybe turning our world around. If the major story actually did change the thinking of the world somewhat, and people are saying, yeah, it changed everybody's thinking, then what will the real work do? Not the ripped off version. Somehow through images it did change things. But what about the real work? That could do a lot of good. Because the messages there are good about friendship, family, loyalty, faith, honesty. That's really the themes in the Matrix. What it was supposed to be. So I think that could be. Yeah.
Right. That's my principles, as a more. I love truth, peace, freedom, justice. It's around those same principles. I mean.
Yeah. See, the Wachowskis and Sophia's, what I understood from them talking is about fame, fortune, celebrity, money, Hollywood, red carpet. That's not what it's about. That's not what great work's about.
So now, I'm sorry. The Wachowskis have became now women. Is that anything to do with the lawsuits at all? Just saying. I don't know. Everybody can do what they want, so it's nothing to do with that. But I just want to know if that had anything to do with it, because it happened all of a sudden.
Yeah, what happened was they got in trouble for putting all those inserts. Then they go to redpillrising.org. You'll see those initial graphics. Just put it on the screen here. The initial graphics of my high school, my birthday, my dad's name, high school. And then in a column, TA 4099, which I was, and then 380. Because they did that, and then the animators put like Zach Bertie and Age on the clock, Red Hand's Age, Black Hand's my Zach Bertie. They got in trouble. So the price they had to pay was feeding into Warner Bros. Agenda, which is part of transgender. They want all people to be transgender. So it's like whatever. So that is why the second brother had to pay the price. He didn't want to be a girl. They made him do it. He didn't know that he didn't get involved in it. He knows we're coming strong now because people actually using critical thinking and being gracious like yourself and making this work go out. So now they know they're under the gun. That's why they're racing Matrix 4 now. Or just they want to get as much as they can out of it before they reveal and call their hand and tug each other. But that was the price that second guy had to pay. Second brother. He didn't want to be a girl. You can tell. Any woman out there would know that if a man was going to want to be a woman, well, he'd do his makeup right. He wouldn't just slap a black dress on and throw his wig on. I would assume they'd want to look good. And he just looks like some guy stepped out of a bar and threw a wig on his head and threw a black dress on. He's not trying to look good. And he was asked, "Are you happy now?" And I think we all kind of historically know the answer was not really. Basically, what he said. So he's having to own up and pay a price for going against the Cabal's wishes and revealing stuff. You do not leave a trail back to the Cabal in Hollywood. And he did. And Larry did. So they're in trouble. Now, Larry, I know Larry from actresses that I know that are friends of mine. They're saying that Larry follows them into the woman's room and he hits on them. So he's still a dude. He's still a dude. But
he's got to play a role.
Yeah, it's about publicity.
Now, I'm going to listen to some of these messages, and I want to address some of the people in the YouTube. But while I do that, I want you to think about something. Maybe it has something to do with you or not. But the woman in the red dress, which is a big part of the film. So before I get into that, let's listen to some messages. But I will address our friend Katie Cat, your friend Katie Cat on YouTube. She's been amazing. She's showing a lot of truth and asking people to follow you on Facebook. Please follow him on Facebook as well. And also, she said something about people are really sick and soulless. And I highlighted that particular part because I remember when I first started to meet Sophia Stewart, she gave me a screenplay or something that she wrote called Soulless.
Okay.
Soulless. Okay. She named it Soulless. So, wow. I just... Like now thinking about what you're saying, soulless. Why name it Soulless? So that's just I thought about that, so I wanted to highlight that on YouTube. Thank you, Katie. And we're gonna go back to Goddess Divine is on stereo.
Stereo is the perfect place for him to start pushing it out and letting the message be known because of the fact that they're not finished with their beta testing.
Right, so it's a good chance. The timing is perfect because they're still working out They haven't caught on yet to how to do this thing just right. Yeah, but they're getting better because I've been stereo banned already 3 times and put in stereo 24-hour meditations because of things that I'm saying, and I'm just telling the truth. Yeah. But here we go. Lady B.
Yeah.
Hold on. Lady B.
I just have one quick question. Because in the first Matrix, it was very quick. Like there was a scene in there where like Neo had like computer software contraband inside it, and there was on the outside of it, it was like a book, and it was called Simulacra Simulation. And when I've heard of that book before, from what I understand now, help me, I don't know if this is true or not, but everyone who was on the cast of that, they said that it was basically mandatory reading. And that particular book was by a modern sociologist named I don't know. You probably might be familiar with it, Mr. Matrix Immortal, but I just was very curious. Is that true? Was that put into the scene, or are you familiar with that book in particular?
Yeah, what I understand was they had no idea what they were doing. They didn't understand the work. They were trying to be clever. That's kind of the currency in Hollywood, to be clever. And that's what the person called me said. They don't understand your work. They hate you for it. That's why they put all my personal stuff in that first graphic, and then the Interventions Club. But what happened was the story I understand was that they said it was required reading, but the actual author said the Wachowskis didn't have a grasp what they were talking about. He didn't even understand that. So basically, the Wachowskis were trying to seem intellectual by handing out property that they had no idea what it meant. So they probably didn't even read the stuff. They just probably, my summation would be they just probably just handed it out to appear clever. There's a thing where Keanu Reeves had said, with Fisher, I think it was, they had an exchange going where Larry came out, and he was going like, some kind of statement about what it means, answer the question, which made no sense at all. And Fishburne goes like, did you get that at all? And Keanu says like, exactly. Like, no. So everybody kept doing the excuse that, the Wachowskis wrote this, they must be intelligent. It's like the Emperor's New Clothes. They really didn't have anything on. And so what it comes down to was everybody was being fed a lie, and they tried to make it fit. They tried to make it rational and real. Where now, with everyone coming forward in the evidence, we can realize Wachowskis didn't understand anything. Go to the YouTube interview of Bound with Larry and Andy Wachowski and see how they talk. It's on YouTube. Look at the Bound interview, and you'll get the idea that these guys, they were the worst pick to write this work. They were the worst pick, and they had help from in-house staff to create it. But as I said, they made it up as they went along, and then they wrote the piece when it was done. That's why they've been working drafts. But again, the book was just handed out to make it look like they were intelligent. It's like someone handing out the Bible and saying, read this. We're supposed to think they're smart. But all they're doing is handing the Bible, whether they believe or not. It doesn't make them smart. If that answers the question.
Wow, great question. Great answer. We're getting a little bit of feedback on YouTube, of course. Maybe it's us, maybe it's them. Let's bear with us. Hopefully you can still, it's enough to still hear us. We try to turn all our volumes down as much as possible on all the other stuff, but obviously they're gonna, they do what they do. But we're gonna bear with us on YouTube, guys. But it's very clear on the stereo side, and it will be also on my podcast, on my Spotify channel, King Cooley on Spotify. You'll find this afterwards.
Very good.
Hopefully it'll be clear.
Great question.
Okay, so Lady B.
Also, another thing I also wanted to mention, because I know, like, you were in the earlier part of the podcast, you were mentioning about different, like, numbers or codes. I'm wondering if this is based off of the Grabavoid codes. The Grabavoid codes, I forget the gentleman's first name that created it, but they're supposed to be almost kind of like affirmations, but in numerical. I don't know if that is significant and or and I'm just cleaning up this also gematria. I don't know if gematria plays a part in this. Again, I don't want to get into it because, like I said, I'm just being a sponge and just receiving the information that is being presented. But it was just a curiosity thing. That was just something that that just kind of jumped off with what tonight.
Right, that's brilliant. I love it. That's a good question. Back to what Julia said too. I didn't really fully answer a lot of the stuff that I wrote. I just felt like I was just getting, and I just put it forward. And it was like, the narrative wrote itself basically. The scary thing was it turned out to be true. And the reason I think it turned out to be true is because Hollywood imitated the art. And even the fake Oval Office is in the screenplay. As far as messages in it, I wouldn't be surprised if there's universal knowledge that transcends through all of us. And it helps humanity come together. And there'll be things, the good work will draw our attention to other work. It works like a network. And so if you're a good writer, if you do your work well, it will have people think of many different things. And that's what I mean by layers, where a question can be answered many different ways. A good question can open the doors to many avenues of learning and knowledge, and also synchronicities and lineups with other faith and beliefs and knowledge and possibilities for answers. So I specifically wrote the work to be that way, to be more questions than answers. And it seems like it did its job, if that makes sense. Did I lose everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
On YouTube, they're saying the audio is very bad.
Okay. Let me see if I can find
Okay,
anything.
good. That was me, Michael. Thank you, Michael Longo from YouTube. That was me. My mic was on.
Okay.
Because of the streaming, so y'all can still hear Tom without me having my mic on. Is that correct?
I hear you.
So Tom's still good on YouTube.
Yeah, I hear you.
Good. I'll leave my mic off. Sorry, everybody. Oh my God, I could have done that so much better. But guess what? It's going to be clear on my podcast. Shameless plug. King Cooley on Spotify.
That's great.
All right. Thank you, Michael Longo. You're the best. So we're going to continue like this. I'll just leave the mic off on my side. But we can hear everybody. You can still hear us on YouTube and everything's great. Good. Thank you, Mike. You're the best. You're the best. Everybody, appreciate it. Thank you for sticking in. I know I had the mic on for the last 2 hours, but we're going to continue on. And it's going to be clear, like I said, on my YouTube, on my podcast. Appreciate everybody for kicking in. We have the Alliance News Network. Oh, man, this is going to be good.
Salute more. I apologize, Matrix Immortals. Okay, it took me a minute to read that. I'm high. My guy, King Cooley, man, I love you, bro. I appreciate all the support, man. You show myself and the team, especially the lovely Raw, man. Salute to you, brother, man. I appreciate everything you bring to these stereo streets, man. Your energy is well received at all times, even when we're not in the same conversation, beloved.
Oh, man, you already know, Bliss, man. Appreciate you and all the, Alliance News Network does for stereo. You might want to tap in with them, Tom. They're a whole brilliant team of them. They'll be coming after you, believe. They'll come and talk to you. You'll see it. You see them, tell them I sent you.
Very cool. You know what just came to mind?
Guys, let them know that, you know me. Tell Tom.
No, I appreciate you. I do. And your brilliance. I mean, you're really smart. And it's like, you made me think of something. Scenes that never were used in the film. Scenes that were meant to really have impact that were never used. And if the scenes had been added, it would have made more sense for people putting the pieces together and for understanding the Matrix. Isn't that something? So when the Wachowskis lifted everything, it was like going to a storehouse and lifting value and was unique and new as an image, an idea. And they left other things out that they thought were mundane and not important, that didn't appeal to them. But those mundane things that didn't appeal to them actually are integral to understanding how the story ties together and creating the balanced story and having a satisfying ending. So what's interesting is there are scenes they didn't use because they didn't think it was clever enough for them to, want to take credit for. Isn't that something? But if we plug those scenes back in that they didn't use, then it puts flesh and bone back on the creature, on the intellectual property to make it make sense. That's kind of cool. So you just made me wake up to a fact that we have pieces that need to be put back to make for people to understand what the Matrix means.
Okay. So we have another one from Money Penny.
Hi guys. Hi Matrix and King. Matrix, you are a fascinating, enigmatic, and clearly incredibly talented gentleman. I just read up on you a little bit and done some speedy research. Probably like yourself, I have a journalistic background, and I spent many years as a writer, but I've never done cool stuff like you've done.
No.
I'd love to know how to get into screenwriting. I watched quite an entertaining Netflix series called The Agent. It's actually in French, but yeah, it's very interesting. I don't know how true to life it was. Anyway, I'm listening in, find it fascinating. Would love to fire questions at you if that is possible. Great show. Keep it going, guys. Avid fan here. I will sit quietly in the corner and not get too excited. Okay, bye.
That's very sweet.
Yeah, so it's okay if she asks questions, right? You know,
absolutely. Yeah.
I don't know if she was talking about privately or here, but
yeah.
Now, are your social medias attached to your avatar here? Yes.
I believe so. Yeah, I think we added that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And please subscribe to him, man. I'm subscribed to Matrix, and he's got his PayPal here. You know, he's not asking, but I'm asking if you could donate for his time.
Thank you.
He's not going to ask you guys. Believe me, I'm asking.
Yeah,
he's very modest.
This has been an amazing honor program to be part of. I'm just, you're really articulate. You really hit the issues, and your audience is spot on smart. So this has been one of the most enjoyable interviews I've ever been part of, and I appreciate the feeling behind it too. That understanding and bringing it forward in a very warm and casual way. We're just bringing the truth forward. The site is there, and this is the way the world can change in a peaceful way. It can change in a peaceful way with people who have good hearts and have critical thinking. We can turn the world around. The other side knows that. So, yeah.
And I just want to thank you. I want to thank Nicholas. I want to thank Angela. I want to thank Penny. I want to thank all the people that helped me through this week. I want to also thank CC Jackson, Sophia Stewart, because this wouldn't happen if it wasn't for Sophia.
True.
I'd like to also thank Stereo, and I'd like to thank YouTube for allowing us to have these type of platforms.
Fantastic, and thank you.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see if we have any more questions, or if you have some more things, because you know me, I could fire them off, but it's just so much. We could also do a follow-up, if you will.
I would love to, because one of the things I would come to mind right away is one of the scenes that was cut that they then put in Interstellar with Christopher Nolan, who's part of this whole ripoff, was the scene where Neo actually goes and sees his daughter before she dies. And Smith was the one that was integral to his daughter dying. And when he sees her, she's not a 6-year-old anymore. She's 76 years old, dying of Alzheimer's. We all know what dementia's like in, connections and families, and how hard that is. And so she is dying in a nursing home in the future after Neo is brought back into the program, and he's mentored by Smith. And he's not supposed to see family members. He goes and sees his daughter. He had left his daughter where she was saying, come to my birthday party, whatever, when he's going to be assimilated into the program. Didn't know what the assimilation would be. It actually entailed his death. He comes back and sees her as a burn scars on her face because the house had been firebombed. And she says that a man pulled her out of the fire. And so our Neo thinks that it was the Smith that pulled her out of the fire, and thinks that at least Smith did some good. And throughout the film, he thinks that. And the audience is thinking that too, probably. And that's where the architect gets that stimulation also, layers of it. Because if you have somebody who's been horrendous to you, but has done something that you think may have done some good, you have a complex feeling for them, and that stimulates the architect's mind. In the end, that's why the ending is satisfying when the little girl appears again, renewed with that pulse wave coming out from the identical figures facing off. And the earth turns green, she's renewed to life, hugs him and points the sun, says, that's the man that pulled me out of the fire. Now we know it wasn't the Smith agent, that it was actually the Christ. And so I thought that was a great ending. And they took that scene out. They could never have used the ending sequences. They argued they're going to use it when everybody said to blow up the Matrix. They should have. Because by taking out that one special scene that was so dear to my heart because of my daughter, you know, trying to reunite as an author, reuniting his family, that particular scene was so important. That's why they said she was just a subplot when a fan asked on the page, what about the little girl? She's integral to a satisfying ending. That's what I'm talking about. Components and scenes that make it work, but do not work if you take that scene out. That ending is never going to be satisfying. So that's why the Matrix with a little girl pointing to the sun will never work unless that scene's back in, if that makes sense.
Now, by them taking her away, and she's walking away with actually the Matrix, I mean, with the Oracle, what would that be about?
Well, it's supposed to be her with Neo, reunited with her father when the world is reset and renewed. And instead, they have to put another character in place. So they have the Oracle. And they even kept the idea of the little girl renewed from the train station with the greening under her. And then they have a cutaway with her calling out and going up to the Oracle on the bench. The reason it was voted one of the worst sequels of all time is because they kept the exact same endings. Hey, Nico. Right. And they kept the exact same endings and that we had. But the architect and the Oracle are just babbling about some non-set agreement to not fight right now. And then she asked the little girl to point the sun. They kept it because they want everything clever. And they're going, did you make that? Uh-huh. It's just so bad. There's nothing that's resolved. There's nothing that comes together. Nothing ties in the ending. Nothing gives a satisfaction at the end. It's simply they're keeping the same scenes we have in this work, and it doesn't make any sense because you took out the most important scene where that would make sense. But that shows the mentality of the Wachowskis. They kept the exact same ending, losing the scene that gives it an importance and power, where the audience goes, oh, now I get it. It wasn't the Smith. It was Christ. That's the big ending. But instead you got what the audience is going to say. Oh, now I get it. The little girl is there because she's just screwing around with a sky painting.
Maybe she's going to be the new Oracle. Eventually, Oracle's going to be a program that eventually has to be reprogrammed. It'll be the little girl. Eventually, the next. This is what I was.
Yeah, see, you had
to try to make sense of it.
If you're trying to make sense of it, yeah. But you have to really scrap the whole animal. It's like it's a dead bear. You got to scrap it all and go back.
Recycle of the Oracle. That's the Oracle again, but in the lowest stuff, highest of the inner child of the Oracle.
Well, that's Nico and I were actually talking about how to craft it with the damage done by the Wachowskis, right, Nico? And we were talking about how it could be, and we had some pretty cool thoughts bouncing off each other on what it could be to do damage control, basically. But we got to put it back away.
Sorry, Tom. Those that are on YouTube, we have Nico in the building on YouTube side, and he's also on stereo as Nostra Sinaola, right?
Yeah. Sinaloa.
Were you on stereo?
Yeah, no, not right now. Right now, just on YouTube.
Audio. Turn your mic up.
Yeah, you can't hear my mic.
No, I don't hear you. But he's also on stereo. Y'all can follow him. NOSTRACINAL.
Oh, can you hear my mic now?
Maybe mic's not on stereo.
Maybe on the follow we can get it in too.
Oh, maybe because I can't hear. Right, my volume's down.
Okay.
All right, on YouTube side. But I thought maybe you would feed through through the mic.
Oh.
But yes, he's on stereo, and you were asking Nico something.
Well, we were talking about, and Nico can confirm this, we were talking about how we could fix it with what the Wachowskis did, all the damage they did to it. They ruined the story. So we were bouncing ideas for the little girl and what we could do to remedy with what they threw in there. I mean, they have my exact ending, but they took out the scenes that were integral to make it work. And there's different ways you can play it, and you can get a lot of depth in there with what you could do with the little girl. But the Wachowskis on their fan page again said that the little girl was just a subplot. They just totally discounted her. And after we did all these interviews and stuff, then they started to say, well, the little girl matters is what they were going to stick in the fourth one, you know, Little Girl Matters. Of course you have to, because it's laughable not to consider her integral to the story, to make the story. She's integral to make a satisfying ending, basically, is what we had. So yeah, when you consider that.
Now, Nico, if you wanted to respond, you could do it on the stereo side. I'm not sure if you're on stereo as well, but if you typed in and just leave us a message on stereo, we'll get it on the stereo side. We can hear your answer if you wanted to respond. But we can hear you on YouTube later. Like the people on YouTube can hear you, but if stereo wanted to hear you, just answer also on stereo if you could. I don't know if you're on stereo right now, but if you do, just chime in and leave us a message here so they know who you are on stereo. All right, so we do have a message on stereo.
Cooley, can you hear me?
Thank you very much for facilitating this, Mr. King Cooley, because this is a hell of an eye opener, even for me, for someone who really do enjoy the movie, but also really getting into the real deal and the real deal behind it. And so, Mr. Matrix Immortals, I am deeply grateful for your presence and your grace on this platform and in this chamber, and really bringing a lot of things to light that even myself didn't know. But I was, again, just like when I would just notice little things in the movie. But again, I'm just one of those that just kind of just sat quiet and off in a corner. And quite frankly, I hope this is not the last time that we hear from you, because your presence and your story is, well, it needs to be made known on a much broader scale. Thank you.
Thank you. Bless you.
Well, it's just a pleasure to hear the kind of mind that created it. You could tell the mind now that was behind, you know what I'm saying? There was a mind, you know, you like, well, whoever wrote this, the mind has to be a genius. Got to be some kind of genius. Because there was so much going on at the same time.
Right.
And you'd have to pick up on all of it. Now, but everybody's not going to get it all at the same time.
Well, that's
a couple of times.
That's what I was thinking. So, if people watch it a couple times,
thinking,
yeah.
Damn, imagine what's going on in the mind of the writer. Like, so it's just interesting to see and hear you now live. That I could tell that kind of mind was moved. And the way you speak fast. I have to slow you down. Like,
all right, yeah.
Dude, you know, so I can see that mind is very fast. It's moving. It's a lot going on. And yeah, I think that people appreciate it. We got messages coming in left and right. So, you guys want to say something, Nico, Tom? To respond to Lady B?
Yeah, earlier you guys were talking about Netflix and different studios still.
Yeah, your mic's not even on the YouTube side.
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Now, yeah, there you go.
Okay, I try to keep it.
Yeah, the other day we were talking about studios still doing the work. Like I brought up Black Lightning.
You guys can hear them on YouTube side. Standby stereo. Go ahead, Nico.
Yeah, the other day we were talking about studios still taking work, and I noticed on DC Comics they had a show called Black Lightning, and that had references to some of the characters in Immortals, like Grace. And
my volume's down, so but he's up. Let me turn up our volume. The people on YouTube can't hear.
I don't hear.
Okay, did you guys hear me?
Yeah, his mic's not on. Your mic's on, Nico? Yeah, it is on.
Yeah, it's on.
Why don't you answer on stereo? If you could.
I'm not on stereo, so I don't know why you're not hearing my StreamYard.
You're using StreamYard on your phone as well. Okay.
Yeah, I'm on StreamYard microphone only.
All right. Well, on YouTube we'll hear it later. I know I can't. If I turn it up, I can hear it, but then I'll get a feedback.
Okay.
So that would be good.
Yeah.
We'll get back to you, Nico, in 1 sec.
Okay.
I'll try to see if we can work it well. I'm not, because I got two things open. As long as I got stereo, we're going to get 1 second. I'll try to mute stereo and see if that works.
Okay.
Okay, Nico, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was saying the other day that, these comic book studios are still taking work. I remember Thomas saying a long time ago that they've been storing a lot of material in a New Jersey warehouse, and I noticed when I was watching Black Lightning the other day. It's a DC comic called Black Lightning. They had references to Grace and like Neo type references in the Black Lightning show.
Right, the Black Lightning show. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
DC comics.
Yeah, I used to watch that, but I couldn't even get into that a little bit. Like they not don't have it all over there either. Like they're missing pieces.
Right, because I think Thomas had mentioned like Disney and other companies, you know, they've been farming this out probably to DC, Marvel, you know, they're just recycling a lot of material.
Mm. All right,
So,
and we're gonna answer some more of these bubbles real quick over on the stereo side, unless you got something, Tom. I turned up my mic. I'm good. My mic should be back to normal now, but
Interesting. Yeah, I couldn't hear anything. It's a shame. I couldn't.
Did you hear Nico when he was talking at all?
I wanted to.
Okay, well, we got it on the YouTube side. Okay. Sorry about that, everybody on stereo. We're working out these audio shit, but I'm learning how to not have feedback over here. It's kind of. All right, so we're gonna tap back in with Money Penny.
So my slightly nerdy question, I'm sure somebody else has already asked. I'm fascinated in the whole psychology and almost also the legal. I don't know if there's like an IP or some sort of thing over the red blue pill type storyline, which clearly was then leveraged, let's say, by Elon Musk and used quite recently in reference to the coronavirus pandemic. Could you tell me a little bit about where that came from and how, if at all, it might be protected?
Yeah, so as far as where the red pill, blue pill came from and also the jacks to the neck, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, hold on, let me play it again.
Okay.
So my slightly nerdy question, and I'm sure somebody else has already asked. I'm fascinated in the whole psychology and almost also the legal. I don't know if there's like an IP or some sort of thing over the red blue pill type storyline, which clearly was then leveraged, let's say, by Elon Musk and used quite recently in reference to the coronavirus pandemic. Could you tell me a little bit about where that came from and how, if at all, it might be protected?
Interesting. If I understand correctly, it's a great question. It seems like, two questions. And the red pill, blue pill, we talked about, I hope I'm answering this satisfactorily. But the red pill, blue pill came from just simply the idea when I was writing the screenplay to have a vehicle for how you become part of the program. And the idea became that the red pill was what was forced upon you. If the elite selected you to be in the New World Order, the New World, that elite society with the Immortal program, then you had to take it because you already know too much as soon as they approach you. And a lot of times the courting is like that. They say your life is over as you know it. I've been told this many times by Masons, by religious right, by Hollywood, by, different groups. So basically you don't have a choice. And so the red pill was like that. The blue pill then was created secondary in the story. It became the idea for how the underground could function within the program. They had to have a device to do it. So the blue pill became the bootleg version of the red pill, developed out of necessity by underground, which had many bad side effects. But then we learned that the red pill also had long-term side effects where it wasn't perfected. And this became something they ate up with Z Nation and other things where they have the elite set aside and the architect is aging slowly. So they drew from that. It's a lot of rehash in Hollywood. So a lot of these Netflix series draw upon that very idea. As far as Elon Musk and the Neuralink, that comes directly from our pages. And the idea was, again, I had a hole in the back of my neck here where it was a cyst kind of thing that burst and left a scar. And so I would touch that when I was first creating the storyline, going like, how frustrating is it that we can forget things like where our keys are or a thought for a storyline we may forget as we're creating. Wouldn't it be great if we had something, I thought, where we had a library of memories, or our memory was done for us, or we're enhanced with an enhancer, I called it, a collar on our back of the neck, which would allow a jack into computer programs. We can store our memories and live the memories of others, even loved ones, and live in their shoes, basically, a library of memories. But also, we would recognize people. If I look at Cooley, it'd be like I would have a readout of everything about where I knew him from, how I knew him, things of the past were all at my fingertips with my memory. The problem with this device, then, I realized as I wrote the screenplay, was we become dependent on it. A lot of memory is muscle memory. We remember things because it's a discipline to how to remember. And that comes alive in the story when we find out that Neo's collar his enhancer is diseased, bugged, which goes right to the COVID virus, the idea of these injections. It's diseased, so that he is actually a tracking device, and he's going to age, and he's going to lose all his memories. So he's told to think on what matters. Pick 3 memories that matter most. Could you imagine being put in that position? Picking 3 memories where you've spent most of your existence using what you've had mechanically stored for you and remembered for you. So then you have to create that whole new discipline where people would be losing their connection. Let's say the Neuralink is diseased, pooled, damaged. You would lose your memories. You would lose your memories, and they could say that maybe there'd be backups, but that would be traumatic. You would basically, the Smith character in ours, when he loses his jack to the neck, that jack connection, he becomes a babbling idiot for a while. He forgets how to function and drools. So basically, the idea that memory is a discipline. So therefore, if we allow corporations to be in charge of the storage of our memories and the maintenance of our memories, what are we doing? Are we not selling our souls, basically? Are we not setting ourselves up where we could have things implanted, where we could have loss of memories? That's why it's more traumatic in the real story that's copyrighted before Matrix, where our Neo has to download Smith's memories. He has to replace his enhancer with Smith's. So he loses all his memories, and all he's going to live now and feel is Smith's memories while trying to hold on to something in the past. And that's why Trinity goes with him on the trip to the dome and holds his hand. That's why he's blindfolded in their version. So I hope that makes sense. So it really had all the ramifications, all the drawbacks of the Neuralink, which is it could be tampered with. You could have multiple inputs put in people at once. You could have memories altered that are not even your own. You could lose your memories and the memories of loved ones. Loved ones could lose their memories. Now, the plus was that if you have dementia or Alzheimer's, you have a way to keep that taken care of and heal that, basically, because it would be done for you. So it was meant to be a give and take on what is good and what is bad in that. And I loved it. But Elon Musk simply got it from our pages, and we know that because they're all linked. And basically, they thought it was time to come forward just when Joel Silver's coming forward with Alter Carbon, which is the premise of Alter Carbon is done through Netflix, the ripoff company, that the rich in the future have immortality and the poor is used as pawns. They're saying it's the greatest sci-fi concept ever. Well, that is the exact premise of this piece. So it's not, I don't think it's a coincidence that Elon Musk and Joel Silver are both coming forward saying, now it's time to flip the switch for the biggest gains. Now it's time to take the work. And I think it's fascinating, back to your question, Cooley, that the tech is in there. Where did it come from? All this tech and everything is in the original piece. So I'm amazed that all this translated through, and it raises all kinds of questions of where does it come from? I am the original author, but a lot of this just flowed right through, and I did not draw it from other sources. It just seemed to connect, just like the red pill, blue pill, as the question you first addressed. It came out of necessity. And that was actually my first try. It was like a working idea. There'd be a red pill and a blue pill. I didn't intend for that to be the final product. I thought it was a little cheap to have a red pill, blue pill you take initially. But it got the job done for propelling the story along. I never envisioned it taking off.
We got another message from my brother, Master Belief.
Yo, King Cooley. What's up, OG? Matrix. What's up, homie?
Mm-hmm.
Paco in his beat.
Paco in his beat. That's Paco. Shout out to you, Paco. Paco in his beat. Stereo's good, man, Tom. You'll see, man.
No, I believe it. I feel it.
Amazing. A lot of great people on Stereo.
Yeah, it feels like home. It feels good.
Hitler vergaß sich Haar. Und los.
And just like the real world, you're gonna have a lot of
yeah.
other people.
Yeah. I know. No, I've seen it all, so it's like no problem. Yeah, it's all good.
So wow, let's see. We're bringing it on home. We got to do this again, Tom.
Yeah, let's do it.
You can always reach out to me.
Cool.
Everybody, please, if you're still in the room, make sure you follow Tom. Follow him on Facebook. You can tap into my YouTube because we're live on YouTube. So hopefully we'll get his YouTube attached to this. He can send it to me. I'll put it in the description box.
All right.
And so we can send a link right to his YouTube and to his Facebook and his PayPals and everything. I'll put that on the description box.
Excellent.
It is in his bio here. So if you want to donate to Tom, his PayPal is here. It's Reclaim Matrix on PayPal. Reclaim Matrix. And just subscribe to him here. I'm subscribed on Stereo. And if you're on Stereo, just subscribe. Maybe get a chat with Tom.
I appreciate that. The good news is that the other side is they are in a panic and they're freaking out because word did get out. Because of guys like yourself, Gully, the word's getting out and they can strike channels, they can block things, but it just keeps going. It's a unstoppable wave. The truth and critical thinking, everything's converging. It's going to be a better world. The truth finds its way. And I'm looking forward to meeting great people like yourself in person when we're all celebrating. We'll get this done.
You already know, like I said, you never need another writer, consulting writer.
I want you there.
Somebody to whisper in your ear, like, look, dude, you know, call me.
Oh man, I want you there. You're one of the most articulate people I've ever met, and it's like you know how to put the pieces together, and that's refreshing. I wrote because I wanted to believe audiences are intelligent. Well, you certainly nailed it, and that's what gives me hope and comfort is that people are out there that they got a heart, they're smart. And it's our time now, all of us together. It's our time to steer what happens.
That's my job here in Stereo. That's what I'm telling people. That they're the divine beings living human experiences. And get out of the human experience, be more divine.
That's it. Yeah, that's great.
Balance it out some. Stop just being the creature and be the creator as well.
Both. I want to see your film. It's like, I want to see it. Yeah. So good.
Yeah, we're gonna do one together, Tom.
Yeah, sounds good. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, we got a couple more messages before we get out of here. Okay. I appreciate you.
Well, I don't know if you have time to even have my feedback on the red pill, blue pill, but your explanation was fascinating. But more fascinating, I've been studying long COVID from a scientific capacity because I've also been one of the first sufferers with it, and in an academic capacity. And you can see it in the Scientist magazine, the Lancet, and in Nature. The red-blue pill analogy is so scarily similar to the scientific cognitive damage that is being caused to the brain by the catching of COVID-19, which is the red pill, or being vaccinated against COVID-19, the blue pill. And the cognitive damage that is happening neurologically to the brain's capacity to be able to do stuff is scarily similar to the red-blue pill strategy that was written, that you wrote for the Matrix. I'm absolutely mind blown by it.
That's fascinating, Cooley, because both the red pill and the blue pill in my screenplay are not good. If you take the red pill,
they both lead to the same place.
They both.
That's what she said. That's what you were saying too.
That's very wise on Penny's part. Very wise. That's very astute. Yeah.
Actually, do lead you back. See what Kowski's. Now that you're speaking about this is why the Oracle. I keep going back to the Oracle because it goes back to Sophia. So because she looks like the Oracle.
That's what they intended.
Guess that was part of the idea.
Yeah.
But it goes back to the Oracle, and she was not really there to help.
No, they knew, like I said, the art of war.
She was always there to work for the system.
That's right. The art of war means you.
In real life.
Yeah, the art.
I mean.
Yeah, the art of.
In real life.
Yeah, the art of war is when you're war, by winning before you even fire a shot. Sophia Stewart is one of those shots. So what they did was they put somebody who looks like the Oracle in the ripped off version to come forward so people will believe she's the one because she looks like the Oracle. No, that's not writing. That's just looking like it. They put her in position, called her out of USC to be that very face because they want to make people believe that that's her. It's all a dog and pony show. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's like, because she looks like that means, yeah, she's part of the system. She's part of the inside to fool the public. And that's what they do. You know, the Oracle, in the original screenplay, the Oracle does not look like Sophia Stewart. But the ripped off version, she does.
And also the red dress lady. What is that?
The red dress lady comes from the actual original work. There's a party where there's council. You know how there's council in the Matrix, the councilmen, the council members, council? Well, that's in our original work too. The Wachowskis lifted that also. In fact, my Morpheus, his name is Grace, Alan Grace. And so they have the one council person called Grace. Yeah, they lift everything, right?
I thought it was about the Moors. That was for us.
Yeah. Yeah. So what you have is when our character is promoted to primary councils, there's two councils, one in the program and one outside the program. The one outside the program, and you'll recognize this term, the one outside the program is called secondary council, the illusion of justice. They are people who are not going to do any difference, not make any difference for the people outside the program. They're simply there by the architect to confuse the populace, to make them think that things are going to be done for them, like our Congress. So they are, yeah, they're a second council, won't do anything except do whatever the architect tells them to make it look like the people outside the program are represented. But when our guy, Neo, is promoted to primary council, there's a party thrown in the original screenplay. And they kept the party scene underground. But the party does have the lady, the red dress, that kind of stuff. The idea is that now he's candy to the immortals. Suddenly he got promoted. He is now, you're seeing this reaction. Remember the reaction where this one lady just eyes him up and down like a piece of candy. So that's like the lady in the red dress. So that's where it comes from, is the scene where he's promoted and he is now, doesn't know why he's being favored by the architect. You know, so our Neo is in conflict. He is being promoted by the architect, but the architect knows exactly what he's doing and how he's going to play everybody on each other in the end to keep his mind stimulated. That's what it comes down to. And you look at our elite, a lot of our elite, including Hollywood elite, their biggest problem is they're bored. They're bored. All this horror, all this harm really is coming from bored fat people that are moguls, movie moguls, not picking on fat people. I'm just saying that these overweight guys out there living off everybody's work, not earning their place, are bored with life and want to do stimulating things. And just like the architect in The Real Piece, it was too close to home. So that's really what a lot of our ills of society come from. These elite that are bored. They're bored. So they toy with people's lives and play God, including viruses.
Now, turning everybody into Agent Smiths. That's just a concept of cloning, or is that a concept?
Well, we had the identical figures, right? So they went ape on that. What they wanted was credit for the concepts that were new in this piece. Like we said, 190 of them. So the identical figures was something they played over and over again. They're not that bright, so they kept overkilling it. So basically it was like, well, this was clever for the first time. Let's make it clever again. Let's make it clever again. It's like a kid, when the kid learns to tell a joke, and when they're first learning, they keep repeating that joke. It's like the Wachowskis. That's what they're doing. It's juvenile. They're trying to be clever. So they kept repeating the identical figures. See? And that's where that all comes from. So it's not integral to the story. In mine, if an agent sees you, remember we said about the enhancer, the Neuralink, that gets a readout on everything they know about you? That's why they wore the sunglasses, because they can read everything about you right away as soon as they see you, even in a crowd. So that's why they put the identical figures again on that, because it's like whoever sees you as part of that network, which indicates they know where you are. They can find you, you know. And remember we said that they drew from things they knew? The Superman thing, we all see the Superman thing in Matrix, don't we? It doesn't belong there. If the agents wanted to actually stop underground, just bug all the phone booths or remove them, trash them, you know, put them in the grinder. Just get rid of the phone booths. It's so stupid that they're running to stupid phone booths. That's so dumb. And it's like, it's not in the original material. What is there is the idea of, I pitched the film The Immortals to Bonaventura, and I pitched the Dream movie. When I pitched the Dream movie, the guys who were like Inception, they were in the dreams, and the one guy learns to escape by flying. So they thought, oh, that's like Superman. So they mixed the Dream movie I pitched to Bonaventura with the Immortals. You can't mix movies together and have it satisfy. So that's why they thought, oh, we'll put Superman in, making it up as they go along, drawing from what the juvenile minds are drawing from. I'm sorry to be brutal about it, but it's true. And so you have Superman in the Matrix. If Neo can fly to get away from trouble, there's no story anymore. There's no conflict. There's no danger. End the movie. Give it up. It's over. But if he's a normal person like myself and like us, then the stakes are high. If it's real people in the program, not robots, the stakes are high. If a little girl's being sent by her family in the program, the stakes are high. You know, not a computer simulation. So the thing is, they really
All you had to do was be uploaded a program to fly. Everybody would have been fine. No?
Yeah, the thing is, yeah, they ended the movie before they started. As soon as they started ripping it off by mixing in what they wanted to be clever and familiar with, they ruined the movie from the start. That's why, and I think you raised a good point, that's why they kept exact sequence of endings at the end. They said there was arguments on set how to end it. Well, if you have a polished, finished script, you're not going to have an argument how to end it. You already have it bankrolled by millions. You got union wage people out there. You're shooting on a schedule, a time schedule. Anybody in the industry knows this. You're not going to be making it up as you go along and trying to argue how to end it. That's why there was that 20-foot rule again. If you're within 20 foot of the Wachowskis, you'll see it's in hand as we're being told. So therefore, a 20-foot rule, you're fired if you're going to read this part. So that's why, yeah, they ruined it. They butchered it. They did humanity a disservice. I wrote the material, Cooley, so that everybody could do their take on it. Bring audiences together, and you fill in your personal life to make sense of it. That's what I intended. And you want to watch it over and over. Well, it seemed to do that. And then you make it your own. Well, the Wachowskis did their take on it, and they did the worst take possible. And they forced it down the public's throat. And they did a bad job of it. Let's do it the way it's supposed to be done. Yeah.
Wow. Well, we got Paco in this bitch.
Yo, Matrix, nice to meet you, man. Really, it's an honor. Yo, I love that movie. Just to say that all this came natural to you, you know, it was just a natural flow, man. That's a blessing. That's unique. You know, anxious to pick your mind, man. I'ma just chill, sit back for a minute. Yo, King Cooley, you already know what's up, OG. Hey, loving it, man. I'm in the building.
Hey, Paco. That's Paco.
That's awesome. You know what's really cool?
He's a good brother.
He's great. What he just said too is this writer wrote that stuff in layers because I knew and audiences were intelligent. You guys just proved that. I mean, just this room right here proved that. I was right to think audiences were smart. I was right. Hollywood was wrong. Spielberg and those guys think Hollywood audiences are dumb. That audiences are dumb. No, they're smart. They're smart. You can handle it. It's like if you treat kids smart, they grow up smart. If you treat them dumb, they're going to suffer for it. So it was a good decision. I do feel good about my decision now that audiences are not dumb.
Because there were certain parts like you don't have to explain that like that. Why are you explaining it? Like, duh, like we get it. But it kept overdoing like, nah, they're trying to steer you somewhere.
It was their intellect. It was their
Don't
intellect.
steer us.
Yeah.
We got this. Let us ride the wave.
Yeah. Yeah. Enjoy the ride and make it your own and see what it brings up.
Look here. Like the cat. What was the glitch about?
Oh, the glitch cat?
Yeah.
You got me. That was just, I think that's just pure stupidity. I'm sorry. It doesn't, what is the Wachowskis about? You know, why they become women? I don't get it. I don't,
you might be the glitch in the Matrix. We might have been their glitch.
Maybe so. You know what? They didn't have ideas.
They didn't expect this shit.
They didn't have ideas, so they're just throwing. I bet what happened was people on set were saying, just throw this in, just throw this. If you're on a movie set with union people and the train stops and people don't know what to do, people are going to start blurting things out. And then it becomes a free-for-all and the piece falls apart. I'm certain, since they were, arguing how to end it, that people are just throwing things in anyway. And cat glitch was probably part of the thing being tossed. Just stick this in here. Let's get going. Let's shoot. So it didn't serve the public.
So the glitch, I just was like, it has to make sense somehow.
I think the Wachowskis are the glitch. Yeah.
Bitch.
I'd say the Wachowskis are the glitch.
My message just flew up, guys. Sorry about that. But yeah, I'm at a struggle with getting him to realize that there's another way of thinking. You know, right now you're being programmed, and I'm trying to get you to realize that it's okay to be programmed, but you have to know how to deprogram yourself. And that's my struggle right now due to the cell phones, the video games, the music videos, TV. You know, I try to limit, you know, the amount of time that he spends in that social space as far as television and internet and all that. Yo, man, I'm loving it, dude. This is what I needed. This is what I needed. Thank you.
Right.
Good.
And that's interesting what he said, Tom. He's like, unplug. Now, you know that term came from the movie, like unplug.
Isn't that something?
From my cell phone, unplug from all of this shit. People go to the restaurant with their significant other and they're on their phone.
That's wild.
It's not the fine line you created, because it could have went either way. You were trying to say, don't be more technological. It's okay to have technology, but you can't mix it with nature. Nature still has to exist. They changed that.
You just made me think of something too, so cool, that when I was having the discussions with those contacts that I recorded, that said that, you know, for them it's all about power and they don't understand compassion. So how do you defeat the architect? You do the unexpected. And they don't understand about compassion and love. Operate from compassion and love. They don't understand it. We're told specifically on that very recorded call, they don't understand it. All they understand is power. So to defeat the architect, do the unexpected. Work out of compassion. Work out of love. Tell your loved ones. Yeah.
It's the only thing that's opposite of fear. They deal in fear.
That's
Their
right.
power comes from fear.
That's right.
Your power has to come from love.
That's right.
It's just as.
That's right. Every opportunity. There's
this false evidence is appearing real. The whole thing was Matrix is false evidence appearing real.
That's right.
It's like, is that you think you're breathing? No, that's fear. You're breathing in fear.
Yeah.
And we have to fix it.
And we can be fearless. It's true. We can be content. We don't need what they're pushing and what they're selling. And now it turns out they understand that our work, different writers than us, and different people like yourself, that our work and our thinking is beyond them, that we hold the ace card, that we have the power. And that's what they said, that we won the chess game. We got it. We got it. So
it's
they
the word king.
Yeah.
Etymology speaking, the word king comes from keys.
There you go.
Holder, the key.
There you go.
It goes back to the key guy, the guy with the keys in the Matrix.
That's right.
He was really the key.
Yeah.
Of the castle, because he had all the keys, he had all the doors. He knew which one to tell Neo, not this one to this one, because this is going to take you to a different reality. It's going to take you to a whole other portal.
Do you know
these are all just portals.
What they're doing is they're letting us play this out, and then they're going to let us call the shots. They already said we have the power. It's not something, but they're letting us play this out.
Well, that's the age of Aquarius. Back to we the people.
That's right, and that's going to be. That's why it really is a message of great hope. And they say we've already won. Take that to heart as audience and for critical thinkers. We have got this.
We're just watching the Tower moment right now. We're actually watching the Tower.
Absolutely. You look at, like we saw it in Ratatouille, Man in the High Castle. We just saw it in Highlander or Outlander. We see what Netflix has done now is, remember I told you they put my birthday on the clock, 7/2/59. They've put 7/2, look for it in any film with clocks. You'll see 7/2 on everything. Even in cartoons with Disney, 7/2 on the clock. That is now the industry standard. And they're telling me that everybody knows the work was ripped off. I'm not asking for a spotlight. I'm asking for us to solve the problem and to keep our kids safe and to come together and celebrate a new world, a better world through art and through compassion. And so now we've got Hollywood putting 7/2 on all these different films instead of 10 after 10, smiling hands on the clock. It has changed. And the Animatrix, they put 7/2/59. Now 7/2 is the industry standard. My birthday, it's safer for my birthday to be on the clocks in Hollywood movies than the 10 after 10 standard, like 555 and phone numbers. That's a lot to swallow, but that's what it is. They're already saying, we've got this. And that's them putting 2 cents in for saying, don't forget us. When you guys win, you won.
And that goes back to what Lady B, was it Lady B? I believe said about the about gematria, which comes from Gematrix. You know the Gematrix.com?
Yeah, so there we go.
Matrix. So they're saying the womb, well, matrix, the womb of it, comes from gematria. It comes from numerology.
That's so cool. See, that's what they're doing now. It's just buying time. They're buying time. And they can't touch me or my son now because of the 14 other work they want. The studios want that. So,
have you ever visited the site Gematrix?
Not yet. I'll write it down and take a look.
Well, if you go now, you can GEMATRIX and type your name in and you will say, holy hell.
Cool. Very good. Yeah, this is the time.
Type in the word matrix and then you'll say, whoa. Type in a bunch of things in there. You're going to be like, this is it. You're going to come back to me like, what the hell is this?
That's crazy.
And you're going to see what she's asking you from before about your matrix, because they have this thing called the matrix. You type these things in right here live, and it'll give you a list of things, terms that resonate with the same tone as the matrix.
That's
and they
wild.
use these things to quote create cabal.
It's going to be very interesting what happens now, because like I said, I got those calls from Hollywood insiders. They're saying, can you write the Matrix 4? Can you write it, Tom? How long would it take you? So they're done in, they're dried up. And the thing is, I don't want to write it for them. I'd like to form our own studios sometime and create great work and take out the middle fat, take out the moguls that aren't necessary. And let's just create great art. Let's let our children create great art. We don't need these guys. We don't need Hollywood. We can create great art. We don't need them anymore.
We got plenty of great professional people who just need a chance.
Yeah, let's just line good people up and create great art. And let's just get busy. We don't need these guys.
Lady B.
It's almost like, in a sense, like the red and the blue pill. It's almost, I'll put it like, it's almost like controlled opposition. Because it's how I kind of understand it as like the elites. They have to play both sides against the middle. So that's why I've always been kind of like that person that's just like, I'm not taking either side. So for me, I just basically, it's almost like I pull back and I disengage from it. It's like people say there's the red pill and there's the blue pill. When they're, for me, it's the truth pill. And also using discernment, because that's been my constant all the time, especially during this time where I'm seeing people getting played on both sides of the aisle, and I feel like discernment is the order of the day.
Wow, that was powerful. Wow,
It's deep.
that was really good.
This means just not CERN. I have to look up that because concern is with CERN, or to probably have some kind of feeling of mind, care. I gotta go what CERN is. And then you have ment, or the mind. So discernment. And why did they name CERN at CERN, the computer, the beast? So this CERN is discernment. I don't know. I just get all these connections. Like I said, it's how my mind works. It's just weird. Words are powerful and they create spells.
Well, that's what happened to me before I wrote the Matrix story, the Immortals. So you're going to write a story. I know you're going to write a screenplay or something, because you're going through the same process I went through. So it's like a piece wants to be born. A piece wants to be born. It wants to be born through you, I believe. So you're going through it. I know what it's like, and I sympathize with you. It's you have to think in layers. It's maddening at times. You have to be able to manage all of that and then turn it into art. But you are carrying a message because you have the ability to carry a message and figure out the layers of that message. I see in you like a brother, like somebody who understands, a kin, understands. You understand the journey because you're going through it yourself. So yeah, I hear you.
Right, because it's not the destination. A lot of people think they're at the destination, it's just a journey.
And that's another thing in our world. They say that, you know, our movies a lot of times are about the person that wins, their story has merit. No, there's many people who have done incredible journeys and they didn't succeed, but they did incredible journeys, and it's story worthy. It's noteworthy that they had the courage to take that journey, even if they failed in the end. And that's what I did different in the Matrix or the Immortal story was my character doesn't win in the end. He does everything possible. He had courage and did everything possible like I would do. But in the end, it's done for him in the end. In the end, he did everything possible. it did lead the way for good choices to be made. But it was a horrific road. But it was actually, minus the Christ figure showed up in the end. But the theme was men tries to.
Your life story alone is a movie. Really.
Well, that's what Hollywood is saying now. It's very astute. They're saying that your real life movie is worth a fortune, even more than Matrix now. Because just think of everything that's been thrown here, everything they did, and how it connected all the dots, all the players involved in this.
Like life turning art turning real, really, and then that's the real story.
Right, and then that's it. They put us in our own film, didn't they? They put us in our own movie. So there you go.
Well, I didn't know that that's what they were doing, but they're filmmakers. That's what they do.
That's right. And that's why they like all the drama and everything else. But by putting me in my own movie, they put themselves in there with me. And that's the beauty of it. Now they're on our turf. They're on our territory, as I said before. They're in our film. They're in our world.
Still.
Yeah, they're in our world.
The producer. You're still writing.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're fans of the work. They say they're fans of the work. So therefore, how can they possibly win? They're in the world that we brought forward, and it's our work, and they're fans of the work, and they're in our story. I think they're going to lose. It's not their world.
I think they want to lose so they can move on and make real good movies again.
That is huge. I think you're absolutely spot on. That's right. They want to lose. They want to lose. I think they do.
They're done funding this shit. Really.
I think so. It's not fun anymore. The curtain is pulled back by the men behind the curtain. The curtain is pulled back. You're not supposed to reveal the cabal. The cabal dots are all connected and who's been in charge. Michael Eisner is the father of intellectual property ripoff. Spielberg is now called Spielberg by his own. Mike Lang has the honeypot wife in bed. Rankin, Burroughs, Rios, they're caught with their pants down. They're so caught in fraud, we'll have our day in court. I had a gentleman call me and try to mock it today. That's the only call I ever had was mocking. Was today, because I think he knew that we were going to do this today. And I was able to calmly talk him and say, look, my son's died. So
you were getting phone calls today?
I got the one today. I got a guy harassing that was, I think it was an attorney or something, but he's trying to use all the talking points that they are now trying to employ. And you're right, they change. They'll change their talking points.
Sophia, everybody knows what you're doing.
Yeah, so they sent somebody my way to try to rattle, but I simply calmly talked with him and said, look, I am going to, I'll see this through, and in the memory of my sons, I will, and we have the evidence that can't be refuted, so we'll do it. And I said, I'm glad he had the courage to call. So, yeah. And Hollywood is dead. Yeah. Paparazzi are saying that too. The game is over. The game is over. So.
Wow.
Well, I certainly.
We got a few more of these messages. They got some good calls. We got a super friend. I call him a super friend. Hence Marvel and this kind of shit. DC, whatever. But I don't like to call people my fans. I don't need any fans, but I got a lot of super friends.
Yeah, you got great people. Great people.
Also sitting with us earlier on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
King Cooley, Matrix Immortals. Matrix Immortals. What you may not know. Movies, Matrix, my story. Hey, I just wanted to step in. This is Cryptos United TV and say this has been one of the most awesomest podcasts that I have been a part of. To be able to sit back and spectate on this one has just definitely been amazing. Shout out to Tom for telling his story. If he doesn't tell it, then who will? Yes, that part. Shout out to King Cooley for presenting this information to the stereo streets, and we definitely here with you, and we believe you. Most definitely, Tom, we believe you. Yes, that part. Okay, I'm in the back. If you need anything, you already know. Cryptos United TV.
Now, I'm going to tell you a story. I met Cryptos here in stereo. But 6 months ago, he and his crew interviewed Sophia Steele. I didn't know him. He didn't know me. But this is crazy how this is all turning. I'm surprised he didn't tell his story about his encounter.
And I just wanted to double back and King Cooley know that me and a group of family on the back chat on the YouTube side, the Discord side, we interviewed Sophia Stewart about 3 years ago. It's on my YouTube channel as well as my Big Cloud page. And you guys can go check out that footage, that interview. And the one thing that you can see about that interview compared to this interview is the heart that's involved. You know, when we talking about our lower self and our higher self and the heart that dwells in between, you could hear the compassion as Tom speaks of what he knows as his truth. And then you can listen to Sophia Stewart and hers, and all she care about is the bottom line and the bottom dollar. And did you buy her book? Even if you wanted to ask her a question, that part.
Wow. Wow.
Whoa. And maybe some things that might have came out in the interview that she probably thought, oh, it's just a little interview. It might have said some things. Sometimes these little interviews be the ones that be nailing the cops.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, she'll be calling me again. I know she'll be calling me again. It's like,
well, I'm sure she's seeing all of the shares that are going on around YouTube and stereo and everything. She's well aware.
Yeah, no, she knows. Yeah,
I'm sure she's getting, little links. She has the ability to be in the room. She's on stereo.
Yeah.
She didn't want to show up.
No, she hasn't. We've extended to her to compare notes and talk about scenes, and she's always refused. Always refused. And but yeah, I've seen so many things tonight that were really fascinating, like people getting at the red pill and blue pill either was a bad choice. I think that's, wow, I've never seen people get that before. This has been fascinating.
You ever heard people say the purple pill?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, if I would
either one, blend them together, and then you'll have the right.
Well, as the author, I'd say we don't need the pills. We have the hearts.
You don't really need any
we got the hearts.
Right?
Yeah, we got the hearts. Yeah. So it's a matter.
Natural. Goes back to nature.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. They were trying to stay away from nature. That's also what I noticed.
Right.
No real connection to nature. It was all machine.
Well, this.
All right. And then with the need, Zion was natural. They had nature. There was trees. You can see that there was still a little bit of nature still left. All right. We'll get back to these programs.
Yo, this is so true. You're saying about they're bored and stuff like that. I agree with you 100%, bro. Bored as hell.
That's true X content. Appreciate that.
That is, yeah.
Yeah, boring. I can't even watch movies these days. I try so hard. Now, I do have to say I do like American Gods, shameless plug, but I do like that. But that's one of the few things I could probably watch.
Well, what he's saying too is like, I think he's saying that the elite are bored, and it's so true. It is so true. They really are. A lot of the horrors that happen to our world is they want to be stimulated. They want one big party, and if you have it all, you get. It's like the architect loses stimulation, loses interest, and doesn't feel excited anymore. It's a death for them, and so they try to use their power in order to make it more exciting to be alive and to live, and they base it on we have, you don't. But that's a stupid system. We have so much more than they do. And just think when we have the resources too, what we can do with what they had, because we got the heart behind those resources. When we get those resources, we can do a lot of good.
Right, that's what I believe, that their power was money.
Yeah.
Then they realized not it. Then their power was control of everything, which they pretty much have 90% of that. They're like, that's not it.
What
then
really,
the power, their resource, what they're looking to feed them is fear.
Exactly.
They love
exactly. They like to instigate fear.
Biggest
You're right.
wealth.
But that's the thing.
Get you to be afraid to live your life, what you're supposed to do anyway, but you're afraid to just breathe every day. I mean, that part.
That's the thing. When we don't respond the way they expect it, that's when the architects beat. And that's when the leader beat. When you don't respond the way they expect, and you show, quote, what's in the screenplay, no fear. When you show you have no fear, and you get to that point, it's something they can't handle because they are afraid. And they want to think everybody's afraid. Because if they think you're not afraid and they are, then they feel like they're less. And there's something they can't abide by, and that's feeling less. They want to feel superior. So us being fearless, and we've proven that. We've gone without resources, without being isolated, being cut off, having things we valued most, like Wachowski's putting that numerology 380 in. Our most cherished worldly possessions taken. It's like the Grinch that stole Christmas. We're still singing. And we're still lifting the ones we love. And they can't handle it. Can't handle it. And we're creating better art. And they know it's coming out.
Well,
The
let's
game's
go
over.
to some more. We got Paco in his pit.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Matrix, man. You're right, man. Congress is one of those who talk a lot, but barely deliver on the walking. Biden delivered his presidential address to the United States, quote unquote, a couple of days ago, maybe a week ago, and it sounded so glorifying, like we're finally getting a chance to, rebirth this place, and honestly, we all know that it's a long shot dealing with presidents and Congress and Senates and all that, but we are rebirth. I do believe that there's enough of us woke, quote unquote, to make that change. I actually feel it. I feel the energy.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Boy, that's smart. That's the thing too. It's like, yeah, the elite select their presidents. I mean, the elite rubber stamp whatever president we get. They really do. And they're under tremendous pressure to do what they want. I'm not trying to knock anybody in particular. I'm not. I'm just saying that it's a rigged system. And the best people that can save us is ourselves, with each other to save each other. That's the best system. That's what they don't count on. They do not have that contingency plan accounted for. They think that in the end, we'll all turn for ourselves, divide amongst ourselves, and fight for ourselves only. And they're leaking that through their Hollywood films. That is not true. There are those of us that will stand together like brothers, and we will never turn our back on our loved ones. We'll never turn our back on our brothers. We'll never turn our back on our sisters. We're going to stand strong, and you can't buy us, and you can't own us. There's nothing you can do to turn our hearts against those we stand with. And that's a shock to them because they don't have that. They don't have that.
Well, now they got this big thing in the news about Disney being more racially inclusive, blah, blah.
That's a cover-up story. That's trying to make them. They're doing PR. That's all. They're doing PR right now because Disney's getting exposed. So they have their media to run their PR platforms, and that's supposed to cover over their ills. Don't believe anything they tell you. That's the way to go, which I think we know. Yeah.
When I listen to certain things, I can pick out a lot.
You can pick it out. Yeah, you can pick out the BS. They react. They react, and that's what they do. We do this interview right now. We mentioned about Disney and stuff. They react. They comb these things.
I'm sure they got a long plan going on for
but
this whole video. They probably have somebody already rebutting us.
Oh, for sure, for sure. What they usually do is they put a shill at the very end of comments. Like you'll have all these comments, and they'll be wonderful. People encouraging each other, supporting, lifting each other. And then the very end, after they're sure all comments are run, they'll put somebody in there, this shill that will just trash because they think that's the last thing people will see. So that's what they stick in there. It's a strategy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. You know all the tricks now, huh?
No, I know all the tricks. Yeah, it's like a playbook. Yeah. I know their weaknesses too because of all the tricks. So I know what they're most afraid of. And it was Sophia Stewart's call to me that when they were cutting different channels, she spelled it out. She's afraid of the real life movie or the movie being made as is. She's afraid of that. She said, they'll put an injunction on you, Tom. I said, well, if they put an injunction on me for us all making the film, all of us, then they prove there's similarities. We win. We win our day in court. If they don't put an injunction on us, everybody's going to see the 190 similarities from the original work, time-stamped, copyrighted before Matrix was shot. So the game's over. So, yeah, they let you know what they're most afraid of. They're afraid of that. Yeah.
Chestnut checkers.
Yeah.
Okay, Lady B, what you got?
Also, another thing that they also like to use, and I've said this, and Mr. King Cooley, I think you probably are very familiar. They do what's called revelation of the method. They tell you what they're going to do to you before they do it. Like they put the symbolism out there, and you hear catchphrases, but if you're not cognizant of it, it's going to go right by, or you're just going to dismiss it as innocuous. But if you see the symbolism and you hear the catchphrases, or certain things that they say that are a little off color, you're gonna pick up on it. And so it's almost like those who pick up on it, they give you hell for it. But then once they're done doing the deed, they mock you after the fact because there is a metaphysical karmatic kickback that they understand, which is why they have to tell you beforehand.
Wow.
So it's a karmic thing. They're trying to clear their own karma by then saying, well, we told them what we were doing, so we're kind of like innocent of the evils.
That's the amazing thing. That was absolutely brilliant. That was so well articulated. Perfect. This is mind-blowing for me, and I didn't think I was mind-blowing.
Deep. I'm telling you, stereo is way above. This is what the thing is. It's in beta. Now, when they get the kick, when the AI really kicks on, when it goes back through its 1 year, because August makes 1 year anniversary, they're gonna hear all the stuff that was going on, all the knowledge, all the truths, and the AI is gonna start being able to discern what's what.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Now, they already said that they'll use some of our voice stuff in the future of AI, of these things.
That's right.
You might see robots with your voice, with your thoughts, with your things on it for future events. But they're learning a lot from people now.
Yeah,
they're
the
learning
truth.
from us now. Like we're the actual ones feeding the AI with what we're saying here today.
Absolutely right. Both of you guys just blew me away. That is absolutely right. And it's like, yeah, they have to put things in plain sight. They show you the weapon before they use it. It's all a code, and it's all about being clever. And yeah, but they get frustrated when one of the things they bragged, their attorneys, was Tom had no idea how much he has no idea how much he's being screwed. He has no idea how much he's being worth. Well, yeah, I do now. I have contacts that told me. I know how much I was being screwed. I know what I can do about it, and for other people too. So the game is not fun anymore for them. We know about taps and things like that. So these people are no longer clever, feeling clever, trying to get intel, things like that. And we know you're there. And so it's like, you know, we see the interruptions, and it's like they're babies throwing tantrums and letting us know what they're most concerned about. When they disrupt this stuff, and I feel free to say, if I say FBI, they'll disrupt something. And it's like they're just letting us know, and audiences know what we should pay most attention to and what they're most afraid of. It's like they can't even play the game anymore well. All they get left on the chessboard is pawns and a lonely king, and it's an architect, and the rest is, we got queens all over the place, and kings all over the place, and bishops and rooks and knights. And I'm honored to stand with the knights. We're going to finish this. As they say, we won the chess game. Yeah, we got a loaded board. And yeah, as you said about the narratives, you're right.
Yo, as an early age, you know, just watching the world unfold in front of me, it's kind of funny, you know, to see people follow the same agenda. You know, it goes forward, then it goes back. Then it spins around and do a whole 360, and then it goes forward and back again. You know, they don't tell you what car to get if you want to have the finest girls, or, you know, live the most luxurious life, what kind of house to get close to where, I always dare to be different. You know what I mean? So I was blessed to have a spirit and conscience that always worked good for me.
There you go. You know, they follow the same playbook all the time. They're bound by their own rules and playbook, which they think is clever. And we're off their map and off their pages, and they don't know what to do about it. And they know that we're more clever than they are. And we're just being honest and genuine and creating good work. The game is over, and they've said it's over. We just have to cross the line now. If we make what they're most afraid of, like you said, the key master thing, we make the key's in the work revealed, and we're taking it home. They didn't think people like us existed. And that goes for your callers too, that we existed, those of us that actually care and will hear each other and lift each other. They think we're all about power and taking advantage of one another when it comes down to it. No. And then their shills are saying the same stuff. They're saying stuff now. One of the talking points coming forward is he's just saying, or you're just saying what we've all known and what's been said before. No, actually, this is new stuff. A lot of this we're saying tonight, and I'm hearing callers say, is new thinking to me. It's new thought, and it's powerful. And what an honor to be alive at this time with the people we're with. And what an honor to be in this room. And what an honor to stand in this time. And people in the future will say, you were alive at that time. You stood with those people. And you stood strong. And you had the courage. And you had the smarts. And you did the job and you didn't shy away from it. I can't think of any better legacy to hand to my son, you know, where maybe my son now says, you know, well done, Dad. Well done. But I stood with the best. And it wasn't what the elite picked. It was who they tried to destroy because they knew these guys had heart and courage. So it's really cool. I'm honored. This has been the most fascinating experience I've had on a broadcast.
I appreciate that, man. This is a great audience, a great crowd. You've been great. The YouTube crowd's been awesome, especially Katie. She's amazing.
On fire.
And everybody else who's been chiming in, Michael, everybody, they're great. So we're gonna continue on. Thank you, Nico, again too.
Yo, there's just like the whole thing to get you to listen to us and to pay attention to the ways that I make and the land that I set for you. Growing up as a Catholic, it was always said that we couldn't ask why. You know, we couldn't ask the Lord why these things happen, or you know, these situations are able to unfold in front of us the way it does. And I always question, why can't we know why? You know, why would you tell us that, you know, the Creator that you know has created us, we can't ask why? You know, I think that the way the universal God is, why is a golden question. Like, really?
No, it's deep.
But I know why. Because X is the double X is the XX chromosome, and they want to keep the divine feminine out of the loop. So they gave you the Y.
That's right. That's right. That's good.
Double X, and they call it double X or double crossing, because the female is not supposed to be around in any of the religions or any of the books. Or we know all the kings of Egypt, but we don't know none of the queens of Egypt. But that's another day. King, it's not your show, King. This is about time.
You know, that one of the questions that's circulating now that I think is a fascinating question is, can we change the timeline? Has the timeline already been changed? Has things been set in stone from the beginning? Or have we been given the opportunity to say, wait a minute, can we have a chance to prove ourselves? Can we have a chance to alter things for the better? Can we have the chance to make a difference? And I think we have been given that right. And I think the timeline has been changing, that this can be a better world.
We think of timeline as linear, but it's actually spiral happening at the same time. So you have the past, present, and the future all on top of each other, merging, and it bends in a certain spot, like the sine wave bend. So at that one part, the 0 point, which Tesla was talking about, 0 point gravity, time, space is continuum, is no more, zero.
Well, that's the thing too. They're trying to tell us that a person can't make a difference. Well, why is the elite so afraid of one person or one person and another person coming together? You know, they really are afraid that one person, any of us, can make a difference. And when we're all feeling that way, we can make the greatest difference. So it's like we're in that time now where they can't stop us. We're out of the gate. So many of us are out of the gate. And we realize we've learned from the hard school how to weather this, how to see it through, and how to finish it. We've been educated by them when they were trying to stop us from being educated. And now we know how to finish this game. So it's game over. Like they say, it's game over.
They got us in the matrix. They got us on in our pods. We're still plugged in. But this time they got you plugged in, and that plug is your stimulus check. Your pod is now your pad, your home. You're stuck to your home. You basically got an ankle bracelet on your ankle without an ankle bracelet.
Right.
You actually have imprisoned yourself.
Yeah,
you
they
know,
try
when
to.
they come in, when only go out for necessities. You're afraid to talk to people when you go out. You cover your mouth. Don't speak when spoken to. It's almost like you're in your own setup.
That's right.
Prison.
Yeah. And they try to shame you into staying in your pod. They use shame, and they use despair, and they use Nanotech. They really do. It's their greatest tool.
All over in real life.
It's there. It's there. It's all over. It's real. So now that we have it figured out,
And the good wins always. So
yeah, truth finds its way.
So real, at the end of the movie, Neo does not die. Okay, that's what y'all said.
That's right.
That's not the narrative.
That's the original work. Neo does not die. He lives to see his daughter return to him. They should never have taken out that relationship. They destroyed the ending by taking the relationship out.
They're taking out the messiahs in the mind frame of people. Yeah. Like there is nobody coming to save you.
So they took it.
It is what it is, basically.
So yeah.
Which it is, but it's a consciousness though. Like the frequency is love. The consciousness can save us. That frequency, love. See, it's like a radio station. If you can tap into that frequency, then you're tapped in. And they don't want us tapping in. They don't want us to come together, like you said, because familiarity is family. We have to fight this race wars because that's what keeps it going. That's the old age of Pisces. So you see the house of cards is falling apart. And the only way to keep this house of cards up is racism, sexism, ageism, and all kind of stuff.
All their controls, all their collars, all their
duality.
chains.
All the duality really is polarity. So the difference is if you have duality, so they're opposing forces fighting one another. But in a polarity, a polar situation, you need the North Pole and the South Pole to create the Earth function.
You know what?
You're going to need both negative ports and positive ports of a car. Try to take off the negative side of the car battery and see how far you get.
Yeah.
So that's polarity. They want us to think in duality, but you need both in order to keep balance. Can't have one and not the other, and this one and not that one. That's false reality. That's fake.
Could you imagine the media and the elite if all of us threw down our weapons and said, no, we're not playing anymore. We're not playing anymore. We're going to love our families, form friendships, do great art, create. We're not playing your game anymore. We're not going to be divided.
That's the work.
And it's over. They have no more toys to play with. They lose. They lose.
But this is the way we have to do it. We have to come together as a nation. How we do that? We have to come together under a new contract or a new.
Yes.
Because see, the pen is mightier than the sword.
Well, that's why you have the silver.
Words they want, but as long as we come together with the mighty pen.
Yeah. Well, you hit it. The silver pen is in the Matrix, and it's actually in the original screenplay. The original work that I have, the silver pen is very important. They destroy his Neo's silver pen, and it's supposed to take away our.
He had a nice pen on the architect's desk.
Yeah,
Have
that's
He had nothing else on it but this pen. It's nice,
see, that's in the original work, and the room of monitors in the original work. It's all there.
He was the author.
Yeah,
he was the author.
Yeah.
Basically, the architect was the author. Author comes from the word authority. AU is gold in the periodic table, so AU is why the Anunnaki came to gain authority or power through AU, gold.
Yeah. Well, the architect.
I'm going to help you write something.
Yeah, let's do it. The architect in the original work actually is implementing a system that we're stuck in, but it doesn't have to be the system we stay in. And so that's what's going on, is that the architect is the one that arranged the system with the agents, with everything else, and has bought control over all our main powers internationally. And so what happens is our character, the Neo character, wants to make a difference. He tries through council. They kept the council in the Zion. They tried, free council, second council, and then he gets promoted to primary council, which often happens with the elite. If you are somebody who can make a difference, you're usually promoted by the elite. So that you become under their control, and you're not supposed to help the other people anymore, anybody else, any other group. And so that's what they do. They promote with rewards and honors. Quote, that's from Robertson Seven Mouth in an article. Rewards and honors. So anybody that might help other groups in our world get brought in. And if you don't agree to be brought in, you get destroyed. I was being brought in. Then they set out to destroy. Because I said, no, I do think everybody deserves a chance. I do believe everybody is worth it. And I was told not to try to make a difference. And the rewards were all there. So that's what's really going on, is there's not many people that have said no to the offers. They've gone right in there and gotten the nice homes, the nice setups, the nice jobs, and all the rewards and all the honors. And my sister's one of them. Sold out completely.
So why do you think they never really rewarded Sophia for all the beautiful work that she's done for them? Because she didn't win.
No.
Because she didn't do it. She didn't do what they wanted her to. She didn't finish. Something happened where she didn't get her reward. Why?
She didn't destroy me, is what I was. She was assigned to me. She was supposed to stop the original author. She made that very clear. And that's why she mocked my death of my sons, to try to incite, to try to get me to create despair or to make me rage or get angry. But I wouldn't play along. She failed. Her job was to handle me, and it didn't work. And that's why she contacted me in the beginning when the story first broke. They brought her in the same time they brought the attorney in that wasn't even, had a suspended license, and the honeypot wife. They brought them all in at the same time, basically. And her job was to make sure that I had my case thrown the way they wanted to, and that I worked under her. And she promised me success and fans, and I'd be a celebrity like her. My life quote was over as I knew it. I didn't want that. I wanted justice done for my family. I wanted other families not to go through what I went through. And I wanted truth to come out. And I was willing to help her. But her job was to destroy. And so you're right. She didn't succeed. And now she's a liability to them. She's a liability. She's useless. But if they had destroyed me, then she'd have her career. She'd be set up because she's the plausible, good cop, bad cop idea. It's supposed to be like she's fighting Warner Brothers when Warner Brothers has her in-house, as Nicholas said.
Right.
So then it makes it like, oh, look, they're in battle. And you quietly get rid of the real people that were screwed by both of them, both groups. Good cop, bad cop.
Nah, crazy, because I introduced her to 50 Cent.
We didn't know. You didn't know.
And I didn't know. And so she wanted to do Matrix 4. I set up the meeting with a couple of friends, some people of mine, with Chris Lighty, may he rest in peace. 50 Cent, and all of us on the telephone together with Sophia, and some investors. Everybody, we're all on the phone.
Well, I mean,
Big deal. Getting ready to go down.
If you had known,
she wasn't. Something happened. The investors were like, "Oh, they want to pull out," but then they came at me like I was part of the fraud. Like, we tried to get $250 million for 50 cents. Da, da, da. I got fired.
Oh my God! All right.
Whole bunch of this 2010. So.
Wow, 2010 when it hit the fan.
Looking at it now,
that's when they brought me forward.
Like, damn, they probably thought I was trying to get him.
2010's when they let me know that the work was stolen. 2010 when it was Sophia Stewart's on the phone with me, if I'm not mistaken, or it's 2012.
Go ahead and move forward.
So yeah, they wanted the case thrown so they get all the notes and all the working drafts. They didn't have any. Then they had a slot the Copyright Office made, right? So they can just stick the work in there, whatever's stolen. So it was all set up. They had to have the case thrown in order to get all the drafts and work that I had so they can claim it for themselves. And Sophia Stewart was the first thing they played towards me. And that was 2010 was when it was starting to happen. That's bizarre. That's bizarre. It was all laid out ahead of time. And they played you.
Danny Kane and P. Diddy and them. And we were in Vegas, and I introduced her to them as well. So I'm like,
you were played. That's all.
I feel like I'm in the middle of all of this shit.
Hey, you're the one that helping to make it right. You're the one that's showing the courage to make it right. So I would not beat myself up. I would say, hey, well done.
Now in retrospect, it's like, holy shit, all this stuff is starting to come full head now, because a lot of stuff didn't make sense.
It's all it's gonna be great. I mean, look at us. We're on here. We've got these amazing people with these insights that are off the charts. And it's like, this is a great moment in history. It's a great moment. It's one that I'm always gonna remember and value. So it's like, after all the walk, and all the horror, this is what really is comforting to see, people that are getting it, that have critical thinking, that can look at the evidence and understand it, and get behind each other. That's what the other side doesn't have. So this is really amazing to experience this after all that.
You see the picture of her with her, I believe it was 2009, 10, maybe earlier in Vegas. I think it was earlier because I had introduced her to them before I introduced her to, because it was 50s grandparents. 75th wedding, 50th wedding anniversary, and I did the light. I did the production for that at his house.
Wow.
But so I remember the dates. I remember some things were going on. So I believe that the Danity Kane, the P. Diddy thing happened before that, though. So, but I've known her that long. I've been introducing her to some of these people that I was working with, and I don't even know. It might have messed me up.
No, you're such an important part of history and your knowledge, and you're the only one that knows the certain things you know. You're such an important piece of the whole puzzle, and you followed your heart in what you did, is what I think. And I think you followed your heart correctly for what you understood. No one can knock you for that. So same with me. I did what I thought was right and tried to make a difference the best I could. And I want to finish the job. And I can see you want to finish the job. So I don't think we can beat ourselves up on anything. I think we've done a good job.
Well, hopefully by this interview, I wanted to just get to the truth anyway. No matter who wrote it, I wanted the truth at the end of the day. And it looks like I've found it, thanks to Nico and you guys. And I've introduced Nico to Sophia, so it's full circle.
Right,
and now Nico introduced me to you.
Well, go to redpillrising.org. You'll see the graphics we're talking about, since I couldn't share it on the screen.
Say it again so the people in the stereo can hear you.
Okay, Red Pill Rising. So Red Pill Rising. It's like the sun. Yeah, redpillrising.org. And that will take you to the inserts that were put in the animatrix, the inserted material, like my high school and everything, in the first graphic in the matrix. It'll also show you actual screenshots of the original work, and how the graphics of the train station scene, the little girl, the silver liquid mirrors, Jack's the Neck Diggers, Elon Musk's, the Neuralink, everything's there. Everything's there. Tunnelers, you name it. It's all there. And so you'll see some of these main pages and how the overlays of these similarities that were lifted, the 190, are right there, and how they tie into the actual work. So I invite people to take a look, see it, predating the Matrix.
All right, we're going to bump through some of these. I know we've been on for almost 3.5. We have been here 3.5 hours, so we're going to bump through a lot of these.
All right. All right.
Get back to you.
Hey, yo, if you don't know that numbers and words are spells, go research. As the spells that we use, we also can use them for healing. There's numbers and codes that you can use to heal your mind, to free your mind from the programmed ways that you are thinking. A lot of people shy from the truth because they're comfortable in what's the reality, and the reality is fake. The reality is just as like the plastic plant that you have sitting on your table for Christmas. I advise everyone to tap in, man. Listen, this is one of the best shows I've been in by far, man. This has been a long time coming. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm excited. I'm juiced up.
That's great.
I can see you and Paco doing a show together.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I'd love that.
I'll be in the back chat for that.
That'd be great. That'd be great. Yeah, do a round table would be cool too.
Paco, we got you, Paco, again. Let's go.
Hey, yo, Matrix, man, let me know. I will follow you. I'm out there with signs, horns, air horns, man. Hey, yo, it's going down. It's going down. You're right. The curtains pulled back, pants down. They're all caught with their pants down, man. It's always been fake. It's always been a foolery. It's always been, we're going to make you think this is for us, but it's really not. It's coming from you. It's coming from the people. Yo, it's time to reclaim our throne. Yo, when we realize that we run this shit, we're going to be a better America. We're going to be a better us. We're going to be a better you. And just talk forever. And thank you guys. Cool, the Matrix, man. Thank you for having this conversation. I really have a lot to say. And let's get it. Let's go.
Don't worry, Paco. Set it up. We're going to try to set up something where you and him could talk one day in the future when he has more time, has some time.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. You guys are amazing.
Hey, I always dictated that there is an eye opening in every movie. They let you know their slips, they let you know their problems, and they let you know where we could be headed. You know what I mean? As far as in the future and as a people. So keeping up with the Joneses, as I would say. I never get bored because I'm always anxious to see what they can't do and what they're continuing to do. Just like the 100, the 100 on Netflix. I think that this is a very, very, very knowledgeable Netflix series. I like to watch biographies. I like to watch world shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Mm-hmm. That's interesting because there's 100 pods. I think it's like 100 pods in the original work. So that field of pods is 100 pods. So the 100 of the top lead with 100 secondaries, 100 people that match them physically as test subjects that are brought back. And that leads to the ghost hunt. So it's interesting that that's 100. Yeah.
It just made me think of the 100 names of Allah in Islam. It's 99 attributes. One more makes Allah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all like the gods in one. All in one.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's
many
things.
one.
Mm-hmm.
You flourish, Lura.
Yeah, things just flowed through and connected. Good.
Second.
Well, things just flowed through the work and connected while the work was being created. And here it is, meant to bring people together. And we all have our pieces of the puzzle, and I'm seeing them coming together now. That's really cool. Things I never thought of, even after the work had been written. So this is great.
See, you got 100 writers in the room right now.
I'll tell you.
We got Money Penny back to help us.
Lady Bomb, I am in awe. I am in awe so much that I've heard in the last hour or so. And gosh, you're absolutely right, Tom. Absolutely right, because the intelligent people, the people that are being perceptive this evening, who are picking up on the massive empathy that you've had to go through and the terror that you've had to live with not being believed, with not being taken seriously, with being trodden on, with being used and taken in by, I think it's like the devil that is Hollywood, the corruption that is now, worldwide, global, with COVID, with vaccines, with pandemics, with questions not answered. And even in the last 6 hours, we've seen stuff come out saying that the Wuhan virology clinic and stuff is now openly sort of submitting to the fact that there was a mistake in a lab where they were openly creating more important.
Wow. Okay, she's gonna come back and spin the block with some more. No, I don't see. Let's see. We got a few more guys because we're gonna let Tom go. He's been here pretty much. Hopefully, no more messages. Thank you. And also, he'll be back. We'll do it again. But we're going to listen to everybody's messages that are here. But please, no more messages. Thank you.
Hey, King Cooley and hey, Tom. Pleasure to meet you. I gave you a follow. Dharma Ghost. So you had brought up the question, can we change our reality for the better, or along those lines, change the past, present, and future. King Cooley mentioned that time spirals, and which is true. Time is cyclic, and you'll see patterns as like we all live out the hero's journey, the archetype of the hero's journey. And when you see that your life reflected in the hero's journey of the story, then you can see where you are, and as you. And we play it over and over again. But I have direct experience of actually changing my timeline, my past, and altering my future. And part of it was doing a geographic and.
Right, time and space continuum is deep.
But and then living according to like a new system of beliefs, like divorcing myself energetically from the karma incurred from a previous life, and then moving forward as if I was somebody else completely with a different past and a different future. And I've lived that for the past 25 years as this new person, and it's remarkably amazing. And I'm attempting to do something similar again. And it almost brings to mind like it's almost like a type of quantum leaping in a sense, or taking an alternate reality itself, and then merging with that alternate self could very well be another way to look at it.
Fascinating.
Yeah, John Ghost. I did a live with him too. He blew my mind a few times.
Yeah.
Power up, power up, power up.
Islam
to the family. Honest to the brother. Tom. Much love to you. Emperor Cooley. What's going on, my guy? I honest to your family. Sitting in the room, absorbing, checking out all the info, all the frequencies. Much love to y'all family. Wholeness, balance, collective enlightenment. Power is the people. Let's build, family. Let's grow. Let grow.
Nice. Yeah, that brother's very knowledgeable too. He got a lot of insight.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Very, very good, brother. Appreciate you. Islam to the Moors. Islam to brother Icon Bay.
Peace and love, Emperor Cooley. Peace and love, Tom ALTHOUSE. Beautiful conversation, brothers. And I'm saying I'm so grateful and honored to be in this time also, that we can be here as a nation, as a people, and seeing all the bullshit that's been going on with this shit sim that we are living in. Like you're saying, there are pawns left now because all the kings, the so-called kings, have been taken out or have been taken out slowly. So you have the pawns. So it's uncomfortable on us as people to realize that there is not even a window of opportunity right now. It's an ocean of opportunity. So the quicker we have these platforms, then we can get the vibration and the mind of our people. I definitely feel that that airplane is coming to an end, and we can see that every day. So we give thanks for brothers like you. I can definitely be here to spread the knowledge. At least the next generation will be.
Oh, I appreciate that, brother Icon. That's a good brother too. Shout out to him. He has a good program. I believe he also has a radio show that he does as well with his program. Cool. And thanks for you for bringing brother Cujo L to the platform. He's a good brother. I've known Cujo L for many years, and I appreciate what you guys are doing as well.
Wow.
Lady B.
I think this is one of the biggest reasons why I think I don't really get deep into religion. And this is to add to Mr. Paco's point, because religion, the word itself, it just sounds very rigid. It sounds very binding, not to mention it is one of the earliest forms of mind control. Now, there might have been more forms of mind control even probably before then, but I feel like when you're spiritual and you have that sense of faith, it's almost like you're able to see a much bigger picture and you see all the pieces of the puzzle. There's a Buddhist proverb that still resonates with me, and I always say it all the time. I always say all paths lead to the mountaintop, but the view is still the same. So regardless of which way your path is, everyone knows that we are a macro and microcosm of all things. Like there's a power greater than ourselves.
Wow, that was great. Wow.
It's like The Mask. It kind of reminds me of that interrogation scene when all of a sudden Neo's mouth is completely like wiped out of existence, almost like he's being literally he's being silenced basically. And then you have sort of like the Mask Police or the Gestapo, and they're like those Matrix agents, so to speak, basically trying to force him back into the Matrix in a sense, or being put back into that construct. And then when you see that little thing that kind of looks almost like an insect or something, and I feel like that's what I kind of parallel to today's what I personally call the death shot. And so it's like you're going to be a part of this whether you like it or not. And so yeah, there's some very interesting parallels that I catch between that scene and what's going on today.
Yeah, I don't know what they call those little robot machines that we would tell the diggers, the tunnel diggers.
No,
looks like.
Yeah, what's interesting is
from the CV, but it's 19.
Well,
looks like the symbolism.
Yeah, what's interesting is in the real life, in the film, the original version, like the copyrighted version I hold, the interrogation scene takes place in his home and his family's upstairs. So they come to his home and interrogate him. And so there's more, again, higher stakes, more at risk, more chilling. And they stripped it down and did it into a sterile room. And that's the first scene they shot and stuck out my bio. I opened it up. That's why that was done. That one scene was just to show the bio. And then they stuck the other stuff with like the mask over and things like this. But fascinating points. But yeah, the interrogation scene was meant to be in Neo's home with his family. I think that was more intense and more chilling. But yeah, but I was fascinated by what she was saying.
Okay, we got a few more.
To your point, Mr. King Cooley, regarding the polarity and the duality, that's why I always usually will tell people, make sure you stay center. It's almost, I kind of look at it like in the form of a hurricane. If you think about the eye of that hurricane, that central part of that hurricane, that is your peace, that is your center, that is your that's like your neutral zone. But it's like you obviously have the positive and you have the negative. You don't want to go too far into the positive, you're off kilter. You go too far into the negative, you're off kilter. But in a way, you have to be, it's almost like you have to keep moving with that hurricane, because if you stay stagnant, that negative, which I always kind of call it my mission and my purpose, it's going to remind me and it's going to propel me forward to still keep going towards the light, but at the same time, still staying centered at all times.
No, it's so interesting. Wow.
Awesome.
Very cool.
Okay. We got Goddess Divine.
King, I definitely have to say that Matrix Immortals, Mr. Thomas, you have infinite peace within you. So the fact that you have infinite peace within inside of you, establishing unity and oneness with the conscious, is one of the reasons why your divine timing is infinite. And those who perceive themselves as enemies against you will not win. Too divinely protected, so that the truth can be set free.
Wow, that was grateful for that. Powerful.
Yeah, she sees, she has vision. So, a lot of people here, they're very talented.
Very good.
They're Neos within their own rights, and we all are. You know, this is the divine time. This is what I'm saying. We're divine beings living human experiences. But as we go closer to the age of Aquarius and to the light, we're going to start seeing more of our own supernatural powers.
Wonderful. Yeah, the work was meant for everyone. So
Marvel, that's what the X-Men really was all about. Chromosome, your DNA, through your mother. That's why they hence X. But see, that was really the O, which I did the homework on. So you have tic-tac-toe. They took the O and he took the X. You know, they instead of it was the O from the guy's work, the brother from England. And he started with the Osiris and Oregon Man, all that. They took it and turned it to the X instead of the O Man. So it was X's and O's for me. And I was like, yeah, this makes sense. Why they use the X Man instead of the O Man, which is really about Osiris.
Well, that's really cool. You raised a really cool point, because the Oracle in my story, it's a man. I modeled it after myself because I wanted to flesh out that character well. And so it has my middle name, Parks. And the Oracle in the program, in this original piece, Preceding Matrix, his mom is somebody who's in the program. His father was somebody outside the program. He became an anomaly that could function in or out of the program. And so, and wasn't on the red pill, wasn't with the blue pill, but yet could function in the immortal program and could function outside the immortal program and the effects of being in the program. So that's why the architect took an interest to the Oracle, but they never explained that. So an anomaly. And you get the backstory of how the Oracle formed.
Right. The Oracle and the architect never met. Right. They never.
Well, in my screenplay, the Oracle is recruited by the architect to bring the people out of Zion to see him come back as the Christ figure. So it purges the agents, right, for the Armageddon scenes. And so he agrees to do it, but says he doesn't need anything. And so that is kind of interesting to the architect, because the architect wants the people brought out. But what the oracle knows is he's bringing the people out for Christ's return, that the identical figure is coming. So that's why you have the oracle.
Everybody could come back into the matrix, and you would no need no more Zion. There would be no need.
That's right. You're right. Zion is specifically there, the free last remnants of free humanity, all race, all faiths, because the architect needs Zion there, untainted humanity, to come out at the right time, brought by an oracle to see him come back as Christ. But the architect thinks he's outwitting God, but God outwits the architect. And so Christ comes. That's what was supposed to be so fascinating about the story. But they kept the same ending. The Wachowskis kept the same ending, but they didn't make any sense of it. Yeah, they didn't make any sense of it. So that's why the little girl pointing at the sun at the end, hugging her daddy, restored to a little girl at 6-year-old without burn scars, and pointing the sun. That's supposed to be a really cool ending for the audience to go, oh, now I get it. All the layers come together. See? So man tries to outwit God, God outwits man.
We got 3 more. God is divine.
Those who seek enlightenment and truth are those with the keys to set those with the truth free from being completely stoned and ridiculed and or truly actually destroyed in every way possible. King, you did exactly what your life path needed you to do as the angel that you are. And so did you, Mr. Matrix Mortals. Both of you have done your job and will continue to do so. And the more that you push and place these new writings into format, the quantum change for the paradigm shall shift to unity. It takes more people with the compassion in hearts and the willingness to speak up and stand for what is true and just to accomplish such.
Boy, that hit. That hit home.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, that hit home. That's amazing. Because in the original work, there's the remnant. It keeps talking about the remnant. Trinity is actually called the remnant. Her name's Monique. She's one of the oracle's priestess. And then you've got her also called remnant, biblical name. That's why they called her Trinity. But the thing is that the idea is that the remnant would gather, those with the compassion, heart, cross disciplines, and the smarts would see the peace and come together to make a better world. They would solve world problems. That's what the Matrix story is supposed to be, the Immortals. And so what she just said there really hit home about our 2 parts, and that meant a lot.
Right. Yeah, it did. Me too. Wow.
And so when the real film's made, when the real film's made, the calling will be out there as it was intended so many years to be long ago. It'll finally be out there, the call for the remnant to gather. So that's cool. Go ahead.
Lady V, talk to me.
If you really think about it, it's almost like, now I know in the Matrix they have Zion. America, in a sense, is sort of like that Zion. We're that last bastion of freedom and sovereignty standing. So everybody around the world is watching. So if America falls, the whole world falls. And I don't see that in the equation. I really don't. Because there's too many of us awake. Way too many of us awake here.
Well, what I think is falling is the age of Pisces. Anything power, structured, corporate, big business, all those things are great now, but it's falling. They're trying to hold on to the last stronghold of what they have. But we, the people, are realizing that the wealth is due us, as it should be in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. You know, the 144,000 that have reached the frequency of Utopia, the Rainbow Bridge, the whole thing. Tapping into our chakra systems, we're waking up. Like we're using the things. Not only do we have knowledge, now we have wisdom. Wisdom is the application of what you know. We're not just knowing anymore. We're using what we know as and applying it. So now that becomes wisdom. And with knowledge and wisdom becomes understanding. If we can understand one another, we will probably love each other. That's the bottom.
That's true too, and it's interesting.
Know yourself.
It's
know
interesting.
yourself first. We don't even know who we are.
Yeah.
Much alone. Oh, I'm this, I'm that. But what is that? What does that mean?
Right. It's really interesting what she said too, because in the Mortal story, The Matrix, you have this one world society formed, and the people from the different nations come together in the U.S. They come to they all world nations remnant people come together in Zion. Zion just happens to be in the U.S. because of the underground facility we have. We have a city underground near Washington and things like that. And so that was supposed to be in case of a nuclear war, things like this. They have a city. And so the last bastion of humanity does form up here underground. Was one of the premises. Whether I'm right or not, I don't know, but that's what I had as an author at the time. But it's interesting that all humanity comes together and it's that last bastion. Yeah.
And 2021, we got underground cities all over.
Yeah.
First, they told us there was the pipelines, the gas pipelines, which all the countries were in arms about, because now we're going through each other's countries with gas lines and stuff.
Right, connected by railroad.
Big enough to drive dump trucks through them. So hence Elon Musk trying to get the truck business up and running. Like they were talking about getting the fastest trucks, getting
and trains,
like almost at the speed of plane almost.
Yeah.
But you're doing this underground, so
yeah,
you will no longer need to fly anymore. You can use our speedy tunnel systems, which is going to be automatic cars where you just fall asleep in. Bullet tunnel your way to Europe.
Yep.
So now that there's restrictions of flying, and we're all not flying. They're all underground, traveling continents.
Yeah.
Underground.
Yeah.
Thanks to Elon Musk. But that's not for today. But it all ties in.
Yeah, it's all together.
Tesla.
Yeah.
Tesla. All the time machines. Donald Trump with a time machine. His Uncle John G. Trump. Come on now. We can go all into the whole ball of wax, but we won't do that here today. But if you subscribe to Tom and I on our next.
Yeah, that's great. This has been great. This has been fantastic. Do you have any more messages?
We have one more message before we get out of here. To listen to this last one.
This is just a brilliant conversation, but I just have to tell you something quite amusing that hopefully will make us all laugh at the end of the magnificent show. And that is that you can now live track over the next hour where this Chinese rocket is going to drop part of the Chinese rocket bits. And although my tweet to Tom is now the head of the Matrix tweets, one has just popped up saying that Elon Musk is going to have the Chinese rocket dropping on his head and is going to exit the Matrix simulation. So there, it'll be exciting.
That's wild.
Wow. He's talking about you. We're talking about him. What a coincidence.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, he knows who we are. That's for sure. It's amazing how much
watching.
Yeah,
I believe that they'll watch.
Oh, they
should definitely watch.
Oh, they pay a lot of
Everything
attention.
you're doing, sure they watch.
They let us know. They let us know we're watching. They tell us we're watching. They even, I have on tape the context saying it's just their job. It's just their job. I mean, that excuse is used all the time. That's something.
Amazing show. We got this one, I guess, chimed in. Goddess Divine, thank you.
Elon Musk not only started working on the project, he bought the project for $30 million when it was valued at $200 million, as to which he had already been planning, like King said, to push certain type of vehicles. And then it's not coincidental when those same vehicles would be these electric vehicles that would be used for underground roads. If you really think about it, it makes sense why you're attempting to try to make them drive themselves, especially if it's underground, right? So literally, thank God for the Aquarian age and for both of you men to stand here today and speak the truth and provide us with grand value knowledge.
That is amazing.
I appreciate everybody in the room. I appreciate by. This is pretty quick. Tom and I did this last week. We put it together. Just met last week, and we said, no, we have to do it sooner the better because nobody's guaranteed tomorrow. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate everybody in the room. I appreciate Katie and everybody and Mike and everybody on YouTube side. Like I said, I'm going to leave this on YouTube, so it'll be up and running all the time. I'm going to get some information from Tom so I can add it to the YouTube so you can find links to all his stuff. I'm also going to make sure that you guys tap in with Tom on stereo side. And please donate if you can. I mean, his cash, his PayPal's there. We're going to get his manager to fix the donation button on stereo because we thought it was already activated. But I don't think it's activated yet. We'll get Angela to look at that. And then we'll also, he's got a subscribe button. Subscribe to him. I mean, I'm not sure what the subscription is. I didn't even look. I just pressed the button. So they're going to charge me later. But whatever it is, I mean, the guy is here. He asked for nothing from us. He sat here with me for 4 hours of his time. And I just think everybody's time is just worth it. So if you were going to donate anything to me, please don't donate to Tom. Thank you, everybody. It's amazing. Tom, man.
Right. Well, thank you.
Whoa, I know I took all the time today, man.
No, this is great.
Christmas dinner and everything else. And
this is great. This has been, yeah.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No, my pleasure. And I'm blown away even by what you said about the tunnels. I mean, it's in the screenplay, the tunnels. The tunnelers are on, underground side.
Elon Musk's whole thing. Where he's got us thinking that they want to go out of space.
Yeah.
They're not going out of space. They're in inner space. Pay attention.
It's going to be very interesting. And I'm so glad we did this tonight. This is amazing. And the people are, I mean, your audience is so intelligent and so on it and so awake. It was so refreshing. It's like, yeah, I'm glad I wrote it now. I did write for intelligent people. So this is great. I'm glad.
Well, you kind of woke up the sleeping giant, if you will.
Yeah. And now there's a whole army raised of people who are just, they're smart. They know it. They know that we have to do it ourselves. We have to make a difference ourselves now together. So we'll do it.
I heard a politician saying the other day, a politician said on the news, I forget who it was, but Texas, he had a big cowboy hat. He says, I hate the term woke. I just hate this thing. Woke. I said, what's the problem? What's wrong? We're out now.
Yeah.
We're not sleeping anymore. What's the problem?
Yeah.
He says, I just don't like woke culture.
Too bad.
Because a lot of people keep things the same. They just so
yes, they do.
About keeping things the way they were.
And make it like that we're supposed to be grateful that they do. No, we're going to take care of our children. We're going to raise each other up. We're going to discover who is awake and who has hearts. And the original vision that was in the work is going to be completed. We're going to gather people together that will solve problems and make a difference. We don't need to be told anymore. Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate this.
I know nobody. I'm not into politics, so I haven't voted since Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
Which is another story right after the military. So the reason why I voted because I was in. But ever since I got out, I never voted again. But that's for me. That's neither here nor there. But I will say it's like life turning art into life again with the Matrix. And you say Christ comes at the end to end the architect.
Well, to face them
now,
off.
They were upset at that because Donald Trump's mother's maiden name is Christ.
Wow.
Now, I'm not saying he's no Christ, but just to think how all this comes to the head in 2020 with Christ, well, the descendant of Christ is in the White House, blowing the seventh trumpet in the day of Revelation.
Which is in it.
I don't know, like, what is going on? So, come on.
I know, which is in the Immortals, the trumpets.
Really going on?
Yeah, the 7 trumpets. It's amazing. So yeah, it's like imitating art.
You can't make this stuff up.
No.
Is it Hollywood or not? Is it really Hollywood or not?
Yeah. No, you can't. You can't make this stuff up. And I think it's fascinating that it's all happening. It's all here. It's all happening. And it's proving that humanity does have the best. They are worth it. We do have that spark of goodness. We are not what Warner Brothers said and the others involved in this whole cabal group saying that we all are dark, we're all evil. No, there's light, there's goodness, and our children are going to see that. There's goodness in dad, there's goodness in mom, there's goodness in grandpa and grandpa. Grandma. There's goodness in our friends. There's goodness in our on this planet. And it's like they failed. They failed to convince us that we were evil. They failed to convince us that we were bad. And we're going to let our light shine. And we're going to make a difference and lift all. So, yeah.
That's made me think again. You said, every time you say something, it triggers things in the Akashic. You said the matrix, mother, maternal, womb. This is where the word comes from. Matter. So what they're trying to do is, like we said before, the double X, getting all the females, the divine feminine energy out of the Bible and all that, out of humanity. It goes back to the woman. I hate to say it.
That's great.
Feminine.
Well, isn't that great that they?
Because let me tell you, they're saying now that we have now to stop having Mother's Day. We have Birthing Day, Birthing People's Day, or some shit. What the? What? We gotta get back to having divine feminine, divine masculine. There's nothing wrong with having both.
That's right.
Rule and run and keep this world going together. Both. I'm tired of this leaving the divine feminine out of everything. That's what the problem is.
Well,
at the end of the day.
Yeah, look what they did to it. They took, like, what I was given to write, what I feel given to write was that the woman, the remnant, Monique, whatever, the Oracle's priestess, she was the one that saves the day, right? Basically saves the day. And what they do to her, what they do to the character, they stuck her in tight leather and made her into a sex symbol thing. It's like they even ruined what we were trying to do in the original work. Let her be a normal woman who's amazing and makes great choices out of great courage and saves the day to some extent. Don't try to sexy her up. Just let her be the real woman she is in the original work. Don't put her in this squeaky spandex.
The lady you read was very important. See, you made all the women important in your film.
Yeah, they're all important, extremely
The
important.
lady in red was important to a certain extent. She was very important, very powerful, but she could stop Nia, who was the one, but this one thing can stop it. And the lady in the red dress.
She could have stopped him.
For what I got from that was so-called the vagina can take you off of your mission if you let it.
That's exactly,
so, there it goes again. Then you had the Matrix, the Oracle, who was trying to help but really wasn't helping. Then you had the little girl who could have been the future of help, female, divine feminine, and they took her out of it.
They took her out of it, the relationship.
The Wachowskis did it wrong.
They stripped it. They stripped it. They stripped it. Because their shallow view of women, they stripped it. Yeah, they stripped it. They took their shallow interpretation destroyed the fabric of what it was supposed to be for the woman characters. They destroyed them. They made them all. They even said in the Bound interview, look at the Bound interview where they say, we want to have a sexy female. Come on, guys. Let it go. Let the guys that know how to write do the work.
She really loved Leo because she was in love with him. She wanted him sexually.
I was so stupid. In the original work, she helps him function without the neuro link and tells him what you do is you think on what matters, and helps him get to where he needs to go and sacrifices herself for him for the mission. And it's not a sexy, let's have sex and I want to be kissed. It's let's do this job and save children, save the world, save people. Let's do our job and it's going to be hellish and I'll keep you on track because you're not going to be able to have your cherished memories. You're going to be suffering what this Smith agent's memories are. It won't be you and I know it's not going to be you, but I'm going to help you through it anyway, whatever it costs me. That's what the woman did. Well,
I was wondering why she was named Trinity as well, because I was thinking, okay, Trinity, the first thing you're going to think of is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
There's
right?
three.
But then again, they took the woman out.
There's three women that are important.
The Father, the Son, and the Mother. They took the mother out again.
There's three women.
First of all.
3 women.
Oh, 3 women.
Yes, there's Monique, which is the Oracle's priestess. Then you have Julia, which is his wife that he lost when the Smith agent destroyed their home. Then you've got Lorraine, and Lorraine is the girl he has to seek out, which was trafficked into the program and spit out when she was no longer desirable. And it's a backstory about her. He has to seek her out and see what she looks like when she aged. So she's not in the program, and seek her to try to run from the agents after he's framed and has been cut from the program. So Lorraine is actually somebody who works at this hospital outside the program, and there's no funding for it. There's nothing, and it's a false flag, set up for a false flag. So it's got everything in it, where that hospital is blasted and firebombed because the architect and the religious character in it want that to still fear in the public. Does it not sound familiar? I was putting everything in there. That's why they put 9/11 on the license of Neo, because they were broadcasting what was coming, because I was talking about the false flag Robertson wanted to have, to suspend all rights of patriots in this nation and have a martial law where the president has all the powers when he's running for president in 1988. So what I was whispering was there's going to be a false flag. And did the false flag happen or not? Yeah, it's all there. That's why I was marked. I was spelling everything out, whispering through art, everything, and it all came true.
Isn't that when they got to Reagan? Tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan? No, that was 80s.
That was like 86 or something, or earlier.
86.
Yeah. So what we were doing, yeah, so our piece, the piece I have spelled out everything. It even has the fake Oval Office in it. So they're trying to take from this work they think is so clever that they're gaga about and imitate everything in this. They're imitating everything in this work. So we have the blueprint, the manual to bring them down, because they were so stuck on this work and so fascinated by it, they've been imitating it. We've got the game plan right here. And that's something. It's right in our hands. And that being made.
Getting the right legal team and the right judge.
Oh, it's over.
Who can you trust?
Yeah, that's it. If we get the right legal team and stuff, it's over. They know that. That's why they supplied their own. No, we have not had our day in court yet. Everything was thrown, and it was like all done by their people, implanted. Like I said about the Rios and Associates. My God, the guy's paralegal Miriam is what, related to Lenny Coco, who's best friends with Bonaventura, and now what? My daughter's in Jacob Rios' pocket, the nephew, and it's like never did a day of work. Mexican mafia, and then you've got this whole thing with Mike Lang, with a honeypot wife. Everything tied together so tightly with Disney, Harvey Weinstein's boss, Miramax Films. A warehouse in New Jersey where
isn't it statute of limitation for like 6 years? Like, can't you not claim after 6 years or something like that?
The thing is, what I'm trying to advocate is that if there's fraud, they said there's no statute of limitations, and also these big companies, there's no statute on fraud. This is all fraud. It's all been handled in fraud. Also, the thing is that they have been harassing. There needs to be a change in copyright law, and I'm going to advocate that because the evidence is irrefutable. So we're going to advocate that there is no statute of limitations for intellectual property when big corrupt organizations like Warner Brothers, Disney, Sony, Miramax Films, Lionsgate, when they are destroying families' lives in order to get around statutes and make statutes work for them, that needs to be rid of. If they've got the power and the money to destroy the lives of writers and their families, there should be no statute of limitations whatsoever, and that needs to be instituted. And that's what I'm going to push for. Get rid of statutes and watch them stop killing people's lives. Because right now they think they can destroy lives in order to cause statute of limitations. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. So in the end, I hope that, fraud, no statute for us. But for all the other writers who suffered, their children have died, or families murdered, called suicide, I want to see no statute of limitations for their grandchildren, for their relatives, for anybody. I want to see all these companies called on the carpet. And their attorneys who get these bragging rights for having destroyed lives are now faced with federal prison. So it can happen. And they don't want that. They know they're guilty, and they say it's just business. Well, now it's time for their business to be in jail, for them to be in jail, because they have killed and murdered in order to get intellectual property that's been valued in mine case about 1.2 billion, they say. They brag about getting away with it. So this game needs to end. No statute of limitations for intellectual property when major studios are involved, because they know how to destroy the lives of the people to keep you from meeting those statutes. They know how to do that, and to get attorneys not to work with you. You have to go through their whole smear campaign in the media and all the losses you suffer and the jobs taken away. So no more statutes. And with fraud, we can get in there anyway and bring this agenda forward
to see this happen and then watch them scatter. And Hollywood will be dead without any heartbeat whatsoever, because they'll lose their attorneys, which are the biggest corrupt individuals in the history of this planet, are the attorneys of intellectual property in Hollywood. They are the worst scum on the earth, the attorneys who represent the studios. The ones from Warner Brothers went to Netflix after throwing the case, Netflix being a laundering agency. Linda Burrows belongs behind jail. Anthony Rankin belongs in jail. Vikram Sohol belongs in jail. Damien T. Horn, who changed his name to the Antichrist in the Omen, belongs in jail. Robertson's attorneys, Huff, Poole, Mahoney, belong in jail. There's so many more. Barry Jenkins belongs in jail. These are all attorneys in our life. You know, all these ones. Aaron Johnson belongs in jail. And they know it. Corruption. And it's like the bar in California. They are attorneys judging attorneys. You'll not get justice there. They're not going to, they police their own. So they have a rigged system and give rewards, hottest attorney, best attorney, to each other and brag. Linda Burrow from Caldwell, Leslie and Proctor, that was classmates of the Planet Attorney and Rios and Associates at Berkeley. That school should be ashamed of their alumni. They are the ones that came together and bragged that their biggest win was my case. My attorney was Planet. They didn't win anything. It's all about bragging rights. And then meanwhile, they come up and say, hey, we're actually fans of your work, Tom. They know it was taken. They're just doing their job. No, they belong behind bars, federal prison. So with fraud, we had no depositions, all kinds of ploys, no discovery. They even said we got them on tape saying it's a moot point to ask for discovery because they have no working drafts whatsoever. After telling the media, after Linda Burrow told the media from Caldwell, Leslie and Proctor that they had a plethora of evidence. They have nothing. No working drafts. They said it on tape. So he said there's no reason to ask for discovery. So they never even honored discovery, which you're required to do by due process and law. Fraud. Brag they had Rankin in their pocket. The attorney provided. Fraud. Made sure that nothing would go forward, that we never have depositions. Fraud. Never let me see my own deposition to edit it and correct it. Fraud. Over and over and over again. So this is over. The game is over, and I will look forward to seeing these people behind bars because they do not belong in the public. Linda Burrow, Anthony Rankin, Ralph Rios. There's so many of them. Glenn Huff in Virginia Beach. There's so many involved in this story that did everything possible to destroy what we're supposed to be protected from, to destroy our rights, to destroy truth. And then they have their media in their pockets, 6 corporations that spread about that say, oh, he lost his case. No, we never had our day yet. Anyway, I appreciate you having me on and to have a voice, because I'm not supposed to have a voice. I'm not supposed to have a voice. And my son's not supposed to see his dad succeed. So I appreciate it.
As long as I got a platform, you're welcome to speak. You don't always have to speak about this. We can speak about whatever you got.
Well, I look forward to the next time.
As long as I got a platform.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. You're a man of courage.
Too. I'm sure this is interesting. I'm sure you got a lot more to tell us.
Well, there's a lot more. Yeah.
Let me know.
There's a lot more. Set it up. I'm there. Yeah, I'm set it up. I'm there.
We'll do this again.
I really enjoyed, like, your audience, everything was just amazing. It's just like I went to the place on the earth where people are intelligent, they're critical thinkers, they get it, they're smart, and I'm blown away by what was said. It's like each message I'm like, wow.
Right.
This was worth waiting for.
Listen to it later, relax and play it again, and you'll hear,
Yeah.
A lot of people
smart.
Here, fans of your work.
Well, smart.
So am I.
Yeah, smart with heart.
So.
Yeah, and I'm glad I wrote it now. I used to say I was sorry I wrote it because what happened to my family and I, but I'm glad I wrote it now. I'm glad. It's like if it made a difference, I'm glad. So thanks.
There's sacrifice that happened, but I just pray that the Creator rewards you even more than what you lost.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Good things are coming. I believe it for all of us because we have the heart and the courage, all of us. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Khalid. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody on stereo. Thank you, everybody on YouTube, man. Appreciate y'all. Nothing but love here. We did 4 hours and 20 minutes, exactly my favorite number. Y'all know how we do. I appreciate that love, man. King Cooley, Thomas, ALTHOUSE,
All right.
Mr. Anderson.
All right. Well, take care.
Appreciate you, Mortal Matrix, man.
Fantastic.
And everybody who's beloved. Thank y'all. We are.
All right. Thanks so much. All right. All right. Well, this is amazing.